So Chris from IT said he's all set Sullivan's chamber.
Great. Thank you, Chris. So should be all set. We just need to wait for some planning board members. We need at least 4. Who did you say might be late to the meeting tonight? Tom, okay. So we can start. The thing to keep in mind, I guess, Catherine, is if Tom sort of jumps in partway through, we might need to take a pause just to acknowledge that he's there and check his audio and all that.
That's fine. Yeah, he said, Swathi, he was expecting to be on around 7, right?
Yeah, close to half an hour late.
Okay.
Hi, Kathy, we can see you. Can you hear us? Your microphone is muted, Kathy.
I can see you and hear you, and now you can hear me too.
Yeah. Kathy, quick heads up. One of the planning board members, Tom, might be joining us a little late, close to about half an hour late. Just wanted to let you know.
Okay, great. I'll watch out for him. Thanks. All right. See you on the other side.
Hi, this is Hugh. I'm not sharing my picture because I'm still eating dinner, but I am here.
Okay, thanks, Hugh.
Hi, Mary, we can see you. Give us a quick sound check.
Good evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Jeff, it's Kathy. Could you enable my record, please?
Oh, yeah. That's okay.
Thank you.
Got it now?
Let's see. Yes. Thank you.
Great.
Have a good meeting.
Thank you, Kathy. Eric's on, Mary's on. Okay.
Okay, Ted is joining us. Hi, Ted, we can see you. Can you give us a quick sound check?
Yes, I can see and hear you.
Thank you. Hi, Steve, we can see you. Can you give us a quick sound check? Steve, can you hear us? Okay, is anyone else seeing two screens of Steve? Okay, just wanted to make sure it's not just me.
So it's reached 6:30 and we've got some number. Did we connect with Steve finally?
No, his microphone symbol is not turning on, so I think he's had trouble connecting to audio.
Okay. Well, then we don't.
And we don't have a quorum.
Well, we've got.
We have 4.
I guess we have
otherwise.
4.
Oh.
Yeah, we do. We do have 4 members live and with us. We might want to see if Steve can reconnect so it doesn't
Yeah.
do it while we're starting up. At the same time, tend to get a lot of griping if we don't start it
We're late. Yeah.
close to 6:30 because people will be waiting.
Yeah. Swathi, we're expecting a night, including Tom, right?
Nico hasn't informed me one way or the other. I had informed him that we have the continued hearing. So
So
We went-
7 or 8.
with Tom joining us a little late.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Jeff, I'd give it till 6:33 and then we can turn on the broadcast and
Got it.
we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
No Star Wars background today?
I'm still space themed.
No alien abduction?
Not today.
Not today.
Knows.
And I can't believe I missed May the 4th.
Yeah, it was something, Aaron.
It was a great conclusion.
It almost went the whole meeting before anybody said anything.
So was May 4th, 1977 when the movie opened?
No. No. In fact, it's become an adopted holiday since the phrase was first used actually when Margaret Thatcher was elected in 79, and the headline was "May the 4th be with you, Maggie."
Aha.
And so Star Wars nerds have adopted the date as Star Wars Day, and subsequent to that, Lucasfilm decided it was an excellent merchandising opportunity.
Well, I remember the day the film opened.
Wow.
I was in Philadelphia taking part in the Penn Central bankruptcy reorganization hearings. And I went for a walk and saw this enormous line waiting outside a movie theater and said, "What is that?" And people said, "Oh, it's Star Wars. It's opening tonight."
That's amazing. Yeah,
So-
and it would have been
Alright.
in May sometime. I'm not exactly sure of the date, but yeah, about the same time of year.
All right, I hate to throw a blanket on this, but Steve, are you audible now? Can we?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
And I think Nico joined us too. Nico, are you audible at this point? Can you give us that? Okay, cool. Let's. So I'm going to start the meeting.
Sounds good.
Catherine, you can take a couple minutes before
Yep.
starting.
That's
I'll
fine.
put everybody on mute as I always do.
Good evening and welcome to the May 7th, 2021 meeting of the Cambridge Planning Board. My name is Catherine Preston Connolly and I'm the chair. This meeting is being held remotely due to statewide emergency orders limiting the size of public gatherings in response to COVID-19 and in accordance with Governor Charlie Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, temporarily amending certain requirements of the open meeting law, as well as the City of Cambridge temporary emergency restrictions on city public meetings, events, and city permitted events due to COVID-19 amended on October 26, 2020. This meeting is being video and audio recorded and is being streamed live on the City of Cambridge online meeting portal and on cable television channel 22 within Cambridge. There will also be a transcript of the proceedings. All board members, applicants, and members of the public will state their name before speaking. All votes will be taken by roll call. Members of the public will be kept on mute until it is time for public comment. I will give instructions for public comment at that time, and you can also find instructions on the city's webpage for remote planning board meetings. I'll start by asking staff to take board member attendance and verify that all members are audible.
Thank you, Catherine. This is Jeff Robertson, Community Development. Louis Bashi, are you present and is the meeting audible to you? Put Louis absent. H. Theodore Cohen, are you present and is the meeting audible to you?
Present and audible.
Thank you, Ted. Stephen Cohen, are you present and is the meeting audible to you?
Present and audible.
Thank you, Steve. Mary Flynn, are you and is the meeting audible to you?
Present and audible.
Thank you, Mary. Hugh Russell, are you present and is the meeting audible to you?
Present and audible.
Thank you, Hugh. Tom Sinevich, are you present and is the meeting audible to you? Tom absent, may be joining us later and we'll indicate if that's the case. Nicholas Bowie, are you present and is the meeting audible to you?
Present and audible.
Thank you, Nico. Craig's absent. Catherine Preston Connolly, are you present and is the meeting audible to you?
Present and audible.
Thank you. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 planning board members present.
All right, thank you very much. The first update from the Community Development Department. Please also introduce the staff present at this meeting.
Thank you, Chair Connolly. Iram Farouk, Assistant City Manager for Community Development. I'll start with staff introductions. Jeff Roberts from our zoning and, well, a set of people from our Zoning and Development Division. Jeff Roberts, Director of Zoning and Development, and on his team we're joined by Sophie Joseph and Sarah Scott, and I believe Daniel Mespley will be joining us shortly. And from our Community Planning Division, we are joined by our urban designer, Eric Torkelson. And now to items coming up on the agenda. So tonight's meeting includes 2 zoning hearings. The first will be starting with the continued hearing on the missing housing petition, followed by a modified version of the cannabis delivery zoning petition, which was refiled to account for changes in regulations at the state level coming from the Cannabis Control Commission. Next week's meeting, the 18th, will include actually a public hearing on 1290 Mass Ave, which is bank proposal. And in general business items, we will have a pre-application discussion for the MXC district amendment in Kendall Square. And the following Tuesday, May 24th, will be the first time we will be having the first ever annual utility report. The board might recall that the City Council put in a council order last year asking that that there be a reporting from all of the utilities, so electric and gas utilities coming from Eversource, as well as city utilities such as water, sewer, and some thinking about the the roadway infrastructure. So that will come from, yes, so we will have our Department of Public Works staff here as well to speak to that, in addition to Eversource staff. So, so that will, we think, be exciting. I'm going to actually stop there, except I will say that the other exciting thing is on June 1st, we expect to have a cancellation. So no board meeting on Memorial Day week. And I will leave it there. Thank you very much. And back to you, Chair.
All right. Are there any questions from the board? If so, please say your name. No? Right. The next item is approval of meeting minutes. The board has received certified transcripts for the meetings held on March 30th and April 6th, 2021. If there are any questions from board members, please say your name. Is there a motion to accept transcripts as the meeting minutes?
Steve, so moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second, Mary.
Okay, roll call vote.
On that motion, Ted Cohen,
Yes.
Steve Cohen,
Yes.
Mary Flynn,
Yes.
Hugh Russell,
Yes.
Nico Bowie,
Yes.
Catherine Preston Connolly.
Yes.
That's all 6 voting in favor.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, the next item on our agenda is a public hearing on a zoning petition by Carolyn Fuller et al. To amend the zoning map and the zoning ordinance to reclassify all land currently in Residence A1, Residence A2, Residence B, Residence C, or Residence C1 districts as being in a newly created Residence N district, and to delete minimum parking requirements for residential dwelling units in all districts, among other changes. As usual, we will begin with CDD staff summarizing why this is before us.
Thank you. This is Jeff Roberts again. This is a continued hearing. The planning board opened this hearing and discussed it in March 30th. And there are a couple of things, a few things that have taken place following the meeting, which we've tried to summarize in a brief communication to the planning board. But just to recap, at the March 30th meeting, the planning board asked staff to draft a report with a list of the board members' comments for further discussion. And we provided that to the board. The board did not make a recommendation at that time and didn't ask us to draft a specific recommendation, but asked to get a report with a summary of all the different members' comments. In the meantime, the ordinance committee held a hearing on this case. I believe it was April 8th. The ordinance committee discussed a number of issues, and some of those were listed in that CDD memo. They suggested some ideas that they said that wanted to get some insight and potentially some input from the planning board on, and we provided a summary of that. But at this point, as far as I can tell, the committee report is not yet available. It wasn't made available to me. So we did our best to summarize and can try to discuss that a little bit further if the board would like. And then finally, we received some suggested amendments from the petitioners, and we discussed those with the petitioners, but we don't have a written report on them at this point. The board may decide to hear some of this new information first and then move back to the discussion of its previous comment, or could proceed in a different way. But I think whatever the board decides to do, we're here and available to try to fill in some of any kind of details around this new material that's been provided. So that's all I'll say for now.
Thank you, Jeff. So board members, what I would propose that we do, given that there have been proposed amendments, is that we hear a presentation on those amendments, then take public comment on the new material that has been presented to us tonight, and then discuss our draft draft report to City Council with that new in mind. Ted.
Well, one of the issues is that some of the proposed amendments, in my opinion, are so clearly outside the scope of the original petition and were not advertised in the original or in the public notice for this hearing, that are we really going to discuss them this evening, where it seems to me they could not, it's obviously the law department's decision, but some of them just clearly are not noticed and seem to me cannot be adopted at this point. What is there any proposal with regard to those matters?
So I would suggest that that we, hear the amendments suggested, but that I tend to agree with you, Ted. There are a number of them that would have to be re-advertised and renoticed, and we could include that opinion, any communication to the City Council, but also any thoughts we have on the substance. Jeff, do you have anything else you want to add on that?
Yeah, I would just say things do get a little bit complicated with these zoning petitions when there's discussion of amendments, and I think it's important to note that this is all still in the realm of discussion at this point. So there hasn't been any kind of refiling of a petition, as you noted, and know that the petition that's before the City Council is still that original petition. So I think the amendments that have been suggested at this point can be taken only as points for discussion, because they're not part of what's before the council formally.
Hugh.
Well, I'm interested in this same issue. I think it's kind of a waste of our time to discuss amendments that cannot be actually brought forth. The only reason to do it might be to say, well, it's if the petition is going to be refiled, then, and these are some ideas in the refiling, then we could have a reaction to these ideas. I think we're on very, very shaky ground to proceed on something that seems very clear exceeds the council's ability to implement.
Okay. Steve?
It's just technical things aside, legal things aside. One of the reasons that we give notice of changes is so that the public is made aware of the changes and they can react to it. And if we haven't given notice of those changes and the public doesn't have awareness of those changes, and then they don't have the opportunity to comment on it at this hearing, then it seems to be somewhat inappropriate, if not a waste of time, for us to have a discussion of the matters if the public hasn't been given notice of the changes.
Okay. So what I'm hearing from board members is that because a number of the amendments, the amendments at this point, as Jeff noted, are not formal amendments to what is before us. They are points for discussion. That we are inclined to continue to discuss the proposal as it was missed, and review our draft on that basis without the additional material. Nico.
Could someone just clarify what can the city council do with the ordinance or with the petition once it is the city council? So if city councilors wanted to amend this proposal themselves, do they have the legal ability to do so?
Jeff?
Yeah, so the city council can amend a zoning petition and take that action. The amendments to the zoning petition and in the sense of what is ultimately adopted by the city council, if the council adopts it, would have to be within the general scope of what was advertised. And you know, the question is the issue is what Ted raised, that the city council can't adopt a zoning petition that hasn't been properly noticed and for public hearing. So if the council decides that in addition to making the amendments that are in the petition that's formally before them, that they want to then amend other parts of the zoning ordinance, there would have to be a or amend it in other ways, and there would be a determination as to, and the council would generally seek some input from the city's law department on whether those changes are appropriately noticed and can be made before adopting the petition. So it's a complicated area, but yes, the city council can amend the petition before adopting it, but they can't effectively replace it with something that hasn't been advertised.
So,
oh, sorry, Nico, go ahead.
I'm eager to hear from the petitioner on this, but before we get to it, is there a chance that the city council would adopt these amendments and the amendments would be found by the law department to be within the scope of the original proposal? The reason I'm asking is if there's a possibility that the city council would adopt something along the lines of these amendments, then I don't see why we should ignore them if the city council is not going to ignore them.
Iram, do you want to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add one thing to Jeff's comment that might be responding a little to the point or the question that Nico just posed, which is that it's hard for us to really say which way this will go because the law department has not yet been asked that question, hence have not rendered an opinion on whether they believe that this is the changes are outside of the scope of the original petition. So I think just pending that, what we have heard informally from some councilors is that they are also keen to hear what the planning board thinks of some of the ideas that are being proposed by the proponents. This is not in any way stated by the council as one voice, and so I'm only conveying informal comments that have been made offline by a couple of councilors because this has not been formally brought forward to them. So I think I appreciate what board members are saying about not wanting to take up too much time on a very busy schedule, but it may be worth, if there can be a quick version of hearing from the proponent, that might actually, at least some councilors might find it valuable to know what the planning board thinks of the ideas, at least that are being proposed.
Mary?
I would suggest that the planning board ask the department for an opinion so that we don't have to leave it to, to a situation where it might be control. I mean, that way there, then the council can be advised that we've asked for that. And that being said, I think, there is value in talking about some of the proposed changes, but also, if there is more of a report coming from the city council, I think I'd rather have that and plus the limitation that we have. And we've received an awful lot of public comment already on this. So I don't know that it makes sense to talk about it tonight and then talk about it again when it's re-advertised, if it's going to open up the public comment piece of it, which is why it's maybe just focusing on the original petition and, maybe saying, something to the city council along the lines of, that we think that there are, pluses and minuses based on our last discussion. We're not recommending that it be adopted as currently drafted, but, and we have the legal issue, but we're certainly interested in some of the amendments, something along those lines.
Ted?
I just wanted to respond a little more to Nico. In general, amendments that are less restrictive than what has been proposed in the petition and noticed are fine. Amendments that are more restrictive than what has been noticed is usually unacceptable as beyond the scope of the petition, because people who may have interest in those matters would not have received notice that they may be taken up. It's obviously up to the city's law department to make the final determination, but in my opinion, amending sections of the ordinance that were not specifically referenced in the notice would be per se beyond the scope of the petition.
Mr. Sadin?
Hi, I just wanted to say that the amendments that we submitted before you, we are aware that they're just suggestions, and we are aware that there might be some questions as to whether some of them are outside of the scope. We weren't sure how to resolve those questions. We believe all of them are in scope, but of course, our judgment to make, that's the law department's judgment to make. The point that I want to make here is that they are not one package of amendments, they are 9 amendments. And there may be ways to modify some of those suggested amendments so that it would be in scope where it was previously out of scope. So I know that I would be, I would certainly love to hear what you all think of these amendments, and maybe there are ways to modify them to be in scope if the law department finds that they are not in scope. And that's why I would encourage you to hear discussion on the amendments, but that's all I have.
So I think I'm hearing from board members that first of all, whatever report we deliver to City Council does need to flag this issue as needing to be solved as to whether or not some or all of these amendments are outside of the scope. But beyond that, I'm hearing enough interest, and certainly public comment has indicated interest in the amendments, such that I think we should probably discuss them, even if we conclude it does not ultimately change the report that we have that staff has drafted for us to send to council. Now, I have to say, I personally was super amazed that staff and Jeff appropriately gave credit to Sarah on having distilled our conversation into 2 pages from last time. So I think we can hear some discussion of amendments and still get through that draft rather expeditious, especially if we ask people in public comment to confine their comments to the amendments and any new information that is before us tonight. We've certainly, as has been noted, heard ample public comment on this, both written and at our last hearing, and have heard lots of arguments on both sides. And so I think we're specifically interested in tonight, what is new? And does that sound like an appropriate way to board members to proceed? Getting a thumbs up from Nico, head nod from Mary, A thumbs up from Ted. All right. I'm going to consider that enough enthusiasm to proceed along these lines. All right. Given that, we will start with the petitioner. Please be as concise as possible in going through the new material for us. And you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. I'll try to go fast. I think the timed at about 20 minutes. Okay. So thank you for giving us another opportunity to present. My name is Alan Sadoun. I'll be the only one going through the slides today, but Becca and Daniel are also here to help answer questions. Plan is to very quickly do a reminder of what the missing middle housing petition is and why we need it, but then to mostly do an overview of the most important aspects of the amendments that we're suggesting. As a reminder, everyone involved with this petition is a volunteer. We're doing this because we care about the future of our city. So, as we discussed last time, missing middle housing refers to small-scale multifamily housing built up in a lot of Cambridge before 1920, but missing from our zoning code and missing from the last 100 years of construction. So triple-deckers, townhouses, fourplexes, sixplexes. To speak broadly about values, it's bizarre that this kind of house, I think it's bizarre this kind of housing is banned by our zoning regulations. When zoning bans this kind of housing, we're saying it's the opinion of the city of Cambridge that this kind of housing was a mistake, that we think it shouldn't have been built, that we wish it could be detached single family homes instead, that we wish the people living in this housing would go somewhere else instead. You know, when the zoning laws say, if you want to modify this building, get a variance, but if you want to demolish it and replace it with a $2 million home, you don't. We're making a statement about what we value as a city. So the defining spirit of this petition is we don't think this house is a mistake. We don't think it should be a limited edition vintage collectible. We think this housing is great. We think this housing is needed. We want to see more like it. Next slide, please. As currently written, our zoning in residential neighborhoods doesn't allow anything like missing middle housing. We talked last time about how the two-family in the upper left-hand corner is non-conforming for a large number of reasons. Too many units for the lot size, too much FAR, doesn't have enough parking, the setbacks are too small, and how according to current zoning, the most you'd be allowed to build is that one single family box. And this isn't a theoretical, this is a real thing that's happening all the time. We're seeing down conversions all over Cambridge. And when we see new construction, it's all stuff like it's on the pictures on the right. It's 2,000 square foot units that cost $2 million and are surrounded by impervious paving. So it's not just that current zoning prevents us from doing better, although it does. It's also that our current zoning actively encourages us to do worse. It actively encourages us to take the missing middle housing we have, get rid of it, to remove less expensive options from neighborhoods, to make neighborhoods as economically and racially exclusive as possible. And you know, if you know the history, you'll know really an accident. The history of these kinds of regulations in Cambridge and around the country is of kind of trying to maintain the detached house exclusionary neighborhoods, to keep out apartments and to keep out the kind of people who live in apartments. And I guess what I want to underscore is with regard to those exclusionary values, I think our zoning is working. But I hope that Cambridge no longer believes in those values, and I hope that means that Cambridge no longer believes in the zoning that implements them. Next slide, please. Not going to go into the dimensional standards of the petition again, but I'll just repeat the basic idea behind those standards, which is the same idea that Envision Cambridge recommended. We're creating standards to allow for housing like that which already exists all over Cambridge, with a range of options for unit sizes, whether 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. That we can't just remove the single family and 2-family restrictions from zoning. We also have to fix the dimensional standards. The dimensional standards in the petition of modest setbacks, 2.5 FAR, no parking requirements, a reduced minimum lot size per dwelling unit are what we think it takes to get that job done. Next slide, please. So finally, and this is the final recap slide, I just want to outline all the benefits of building and allowing missing middle housing, not from an urban form perspective, but from a public policy perspective. A huge one is climate change and carbon emissions. Building multifamily housing in cities, near jobs, near public transit, is by far the single most effective thing we can do as the city of Cambridge to reduce emissions. You can see in this picture, people who live in cities are by far living much more efficiently than people who live in suburbs. And a big part of that is because of transportation.
I think we're good on the review.
Sorry.
We're going to keep it to new information tonight.
Sorry, okay.
To information.
Sorry. Huge one is climate change and carbon emissions. Huge one is affordability. A huge one is inclusion. And the last one is that we are in a severe housing shortage and we need all the units of housing we can get. Every unit of housing not built is a household displaced. Okay, next slide.
Thank you.
Okay, so before I introduce the amendments, want to take a moment to thank everyone in the community who's been talking with us about the MMH petition past few months. We've heard a lot of really useful comments from city councilors at the last ordinance committee hearing. We also heard a lot of feedback from you the last time we were before this board. We hope that some of the amendments are responsive to some of your concerns. There's a number of members of the public who have pointed out technical aspects of the petition. That's been really helpful. But I really especially want to thank the staff at CDD. They've been extraordinarily helpful in terms of not just pointing out potential issues here and there, but also taking the time to talk with us about how we can make the petition the best possible version of legalizing missing middle housing that it can be, constraints of what we can do within zoning, and in particular, making sure we do this in a way that's not only respectful of Envision Cambridge, not only respectful of the way the rest of the zoning code works, also in a way that's respectful of and strengthens other aspects of city housing policy. So we really appreciate their expertise. Next slide, please. Okay. So with that said, a few of the themes that we've heard again and again, which have formed our approach to coming up with amendments. Number one, it's been really heartening to hear that it seems like most people support the goals of the petition. Most people seem to agree that it's bonkers we don't allow triple decker citywide, that we don't allow new buildings with 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom units. In particular, two things we've heard that really resonate with people are, one, that people are really interested in doing something to reduce inequality between neighborhoods. People want to make sure we're doing right by traditionally underserved neighborhoods, treating all neighborhoods fairly, not letting any neighborhoods be exclusive. And two, people are really concerned about down conversions. All the down conversions are seeing all over the city. I live in Cambridge. There's a 2-family turning into a 1-family on Pleasant Street, right at the end of my block over there. People are excited about changing. People seem excited about changing the incentive structure, so we see few conversions. There's been a lot of commonalities in the criticisms and concerns we've heard. One is open space. People want to make sure there's room for trees and green space, especially in the underserved neighborhoods where there isn't as much public or private open space right now. Another one is people want stronger targeting, so you can't take the FAR boost and use it to turn your house into a large single family home. The third one, and I credit CDD for really speaking up on this one, is making sure that when we say MMH is best on small lots and the AHO is best on larger lots, we mean it, that there's some kind of a cap so that the missing middle housing petition is lane and doesn't interfere on larger lots. And the last thing we've heard a lot, which I know a few of you raised, is exploring whether we could do anything with income restricted affordable housing. So I'm excited to be able to tell you we think we found ways to be pretty responsive to most of these concerns without undermining the main effect of the petition. That's what the amendments are all about. Next slide, please. So the biggest thing we're suggesting in the way of the amendments is to condition the FAR increase. In the initial submission, we proposed to raise the base FAR to 1.25, where it's currently 0.5 in the Res A and Res B districts. What we're proposing as in the way of amendments is to leave the base FAR where it is at 0.5 and instead rephrase the bump to 1.25 as a conditional bonus to make sure that it gets used only for the kinds of developments we're hoping for. So there's 3 conditions we want to impose in order for a project to qualify for the FAR increase. The first condition is an overall project size maximum, and it's based on that concern we heard from CDD about making sure that we stay in our lane of being applicable primarily on small to medium-sized lots. We want to avoid presenting any new complications on the larger lots. The larger lots are relatively rare. They're great opportunities for the affordable housing overlay. So we met with CDD a few times. We arrived at 6,000 square feet of gross floor area as a maximum. That allows for buildings like you see on the left, the 6-plex of 2-bedroom apartments, but nothing larger like you would see on the right, none of the pillbox stuff. Next slide, please. The second condition we're proposing is that you're only eligible for the FAR increase if your average gross floor area per unit is less than 1,500 square feet. The obvious way of thinking about this is that your average unit size has to be less than 1,500 square feet, actually a little less because of common spaces and stairwells. In that sense, that's not a super tight restriction. We expect that where builders have flexibility, they won't end up brushing up against this constraint because they hopefully want to provide units below 1,000 square feet or so if they can. But another way you can think about this is, say you have a lot, roughly how big of a structure you want to build on that lot. If you're building a 4,000 square foot structure or a 5,000 square foot structure, this condition says that that structure can't just be a large single family house or even a large 2-family house. The point of this condition is to say that this density bonus is meant to encourage multifamily housing at unit sizes that people can actually afford. So if you have so much square footage that you're to spare that you're thinking about 2,000 square foot units, we want you to be subdividing into smaller units instead. So in that sense, this is a really important condition to have. It's the number one thing that we were asked for. I'd be happy to walk through the math and the implications of how these conditions interact with each other on an example lot during the question period, if that's something you're interested in. And again, anything you can do within the current FAR of 0.5 in the Res A and Res B districts, you can already do so. We just don't want to give you a density bonus for doing so if it's not in line with the petitions. Next slide, please. The third condition we're proposing is a little more complicated, but it's to try and get at some of the concerns people about the idea of backyard infill. So the basic question is, like, suppose you're building 4 units. Is it better to have two-family homes, one in the front, one in the back, no real yard, but like a lot of different walkways? Or is it better to have them all together in one building? We think the answer is definitely all together in one building for a number of reasons. The first I alluded to, if you have the units separated from each other, you're breaking up the yard space into a bunch of little pieces. It's not good for trees. It's not good for aesthetic. It's not good for usability. It would be much better to have one larger contiguous yard. The second reason is related to the energy efficiency objective of this petition. Detached units are way less energy efficient than attached units because they have more exposed surfaces, more exposed walls. So that's an additional reason to want more attached units. And the third reason is cost. Detached units are more expensive. We want to make sure that we're keeping final price points lower. It's because the current zoning code has a basement FAR exemption, but only for single or two-family homes. So if we didn't add a condition like this third condition, there would be a strong incentive to split your units up, even if it doesn't make sense to split your units up. So this is kind of a counter incentive to go in the other direction. We didn't want to ban multiple buildings entirely because there might be situations where it's the most sensible thing to do. But we want to say, if you're building multiple buildings, we should make sure we're getting as much public value out of that as possible. We want to make sure it really is multifamily housing. So at least half of your buildings should be 3 units or more. If you're just adding 1 or 2 units, we think you should attach them to existing building. Okay, next slide, please. So I've said this a few times, but I guess, again, these conditions are only if you want to get voluntary density bonus. You can do whatever you want if you stay at the base FAR of 0.5 that is already what exists in the A and B districts. But this gives this still gives property owners the option of using the lot to build real missing middle housing instead. I do acknowledge that this is a reduction of the base FAR in the C and C1 districts. We don't have to talk about whether that's in or out of scope because that's up to the law department. In terms of impact, that might increase nonconformities for a few properties, but I want to stress that it would still decrease nonconformities for far more properties, even in single and two-family homes, because the checklist is relatively generous. There's a lot of buildings. We ran the numbers on this. I think maybe 4 times as many single and two-family homes would move from non-conforming to conforming because of this petition than would move from conforming to non-conforming. That's the First Amendment. It's a lot. I apologize. Thank you for bearing. We really do think that this is the right way to do this, and we want to do whatever it takes to do it in the right way. The other amendments are not nearly as complicated. Next slide, please. So the second big change that we want to suggest for the petition is to increase the required private open space. I think the last time we presented, we said that removing parking minimums presents an opportunity to create more open space, more green space, and especially more space to plant trees. But at the time, we said we didn't want to require it because we wanted to maintain the flexibility to have parking if you want to have parking, as well as to allow situations where you're adding to an existing structure. So since then, a number of people have made the case that we really should be requiring a decent amount of open space, and we agree, primarily for the neighborhood equity reason. Open space is a huge neighborhood inequity. The poorest and most vulnerable populations live in neighborhoods like Eastridge, Wellington, Harrington, the Port, and those are also the neighborhoods that just don't have as much open space and tree canopy, and they have the worst heat island effects, and they're also the least amount of open space. So, we tend to think that public open space is a more pressing need than private open space, but we, at the very least, I agree that we should not be decreasing the amount of private open space required in the resident C1 district. So we're no longer proposing to do that. The new number we're proposing, 33%, is higher than the current Res C1 requirement of 30%. And I want to call out two caveats here. The first caveat is that open space requirements are not green space requirements. They're not cool space requirements. They're just open space requirements. The Climate Resilience Zoning Task Force recommendations are hopefully going to fix that in the next year or so. I'm sure this petition leaves space for that future work. But right now, open space requirements are not super effective. The second caveat is that the open space requirement does make it harder to do missing middle housing additions. It's not much of a problem if you're doing a tear down and rebuild, but if you're doing an addition, there's a chance that an addition made infeasible by a higher open space requirement. I mean, we don't think it would be a problem for 33, but if you went higher, that might be an additional problem. Next slide, please. The third major amendment, and this is the last one that I'm going to really dive into, has to do specifically with the issue of down conversions. This is something we're seeing all over Cambridge. People are combining the units of large pre-existing multifamily buildings and turning them into a large, expensive single or two-family home. And even if the structure is non-conforming, that doesn't matter. You still don't need a variance to do that down conversion because it's an internal gut renovation. Someone actually emailed a few weeks ago. They said, I live in a two-family home. I've lived in this apartment 5 years. One of my roommates has lived here 15 years. But our building got sold to a developer who's gut renovating it to a family home. And his apartment, which used to be a place where teachers, grad students, nonprofit workers, restaurant workers could live, is now going to be a single family home going for over $1 million. And this is happening so much in Cambridge neighborhoods that we're actually losing more units to alterations than we are gaining through alterations. So the third proposed amendment is pretty simple. In a residence N district, and only in a residence N district because we thought that might be good enough for scope, if you want to remove units from a non-conforming structure, you either should be able to demonstrate a hardship to get a BZA variance, or you have to at the very least make the structure conforming. We need to close this loophole allowing people to remove desperately needed housing from the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So we have 6 other proposed amendments in our document. Most of them are small technical fix-ups. The first one is maybe potentially significant in that it says if you want to add to a building with non-conforming setbacks, but your proposed addition has conforming setbacks, you shouldn't have to demolish the existing building just to fix the setbacks. We think that's important because setbacks are the #1 cause of nonconformities and will still be the #1 cause of nonconformities even if this petition is passed. But I'm not going to get into the other amendments other than to say, you know, again, each of these amendments are independent from one another. We think they're all good, but you know, they can be approved of or disapproved of individually. They're separable. Next slide. The last thing that I want to touch on is the idea of income restrictions. You know, I think we really managed to come up with amendments that respond to most of the concerns we've heard about neighborhood equity, open space, cracking down on down conversions, preventing enlargements of single family homes, and staying out of the AHO's way. But you know, I do want to take head on the one big question that the amendments didn't respond to, and that's the topic of below market rate affordability restrictions. There's 2 big reasons why we didn't think we could include income restricted units in missing middle housing as a requirement. The first is that it wouldn't work. You know, it costs a large amount of money to deed restrict a unit for affordable housing, especially when you're talking about small scale construction like this petition is relating to. You know, if you included a requirement in almost every case, instead of building something which would have even 1 unit of affordable housing, you would just not see properties built or moved on. And that would completely defeat the purpose of the petition. The second thing is something we heard from CDD, which is that this would effectively be an inclusionary housing program, but instead of over a small number of large landlords, where the current program is, this would be over a large number of small landlords, which is a huge administrative burden to bear. And so even if the first reason weren't enough, the second reason is enough a big reason that we really don't think it's a good idea to try and include restrictions in this petition. But I don't want to stress that doesn't mean we're giving up on producing housing for low-income people. We just have to do it by paying for it. We mentioned in the last presentation that Homebridge and CHA mobile vouchers are 2 ways of helping low-income people that those programs rely on reasonably priced market units existing. Both of those programs are stymied by the lack of reasonably priced market units. MMH units will be available for those programs or for any other programs that the city might come up with in the future. And then outside of MMH, the city council already has a zoning strategy for building specifically affordable housing, which is the affordable housing overlay, which we were very proud to advocate for. And just a few weeks ago, they also passed a policy order looking at new ways to put that aid zoning to work with new funding. So even outside of this petition, there's affordable housing on the horizon, not to mention that even if the housing produced by this petition isn't capital A affordable, the whole point is to produce new units which are much more lowercase a affordable than the kinds of units we're seeing come online in neighborhoods right now. Next slide. Thank you. Sorry. I want to finish up by just giving an illustration I see at stake with this petition. Consider the scenario of a non-conforming two-family dwelling on an average size lot, which is sold to a new owner who wants to renovate or rebuild or something. If we do nothing, if we leave zoning as is, a pretty likely scenario is that the two units will be combined, like has happened to so many other two families in recent years. The non-conforming down conversion and plus a basement finish would produce one extremely large unit selling for something like $4 million, depending on the neighborhood. The supply of housing would go down, the price of housing would go up, the neighborhood would continue to get hollowed out. We all know the story because that's what's happening right now. If we pass the missing middle housing zoning petition with amendments, not only will that first option no longer be allowed without a variance, but we're putting a much better option on the table. It doesn't have to be a rebuild. It could maybe be a retrofit if the developer's clever, but either way, you could see this building turn into 6 different 2-bedroom units. And the exact prices might depend on the timing in the neighborhood, but units like this are renting for about $2,500 a month right now, which is non-rent burdensome to a household of 2 making a combined income of 115% of AMI. Or if the units were sold, probably at a price of $700,000 to $750,000, the mortgage would be within reach for a household of 2, where each person earns about $75,000 a year. So maybe one's a teacher, one's a firefighter, maybe they're nurses. But these are solidly middle-class households we're talking about. And there's 6 units. So that's 6 households who have that opportunity, who might otherwise have been driving in from the suburbs, cut off from the Cambridge community, or they might have further gentrified a place like JP or Chelsea or Revere. They'd stay in Cambridge. They might do it by displacing even lower income residents of Cambridge from one of the other very few remaining inexpensive units of housing. But because we allow the sixplex to be built, they don't end up doing any of that. I'm not going to claim that this petition is a cure-all or that these numbers are cheap, but it's a hell of a lot better than a $4 million mansion. And with the amendments we're submitting, we can be even more sure that the missing middle housing petition would only produce outcomes a lot closer to the second option than the first. So that's what I see as the choice before you, before all of us as a city. Thank you. The presentation's over. And I hope we can do our best to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being so succinct. All right. Then this being a public hearing and where we have heard new information, any members of the public who wish to speak should now click the button that says raise hand. If you're calling in by phone, as a reminder, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. As of 5 p.m. yesterday, the board had received 105 written communications on this case. Written communications received after 5 p.m. yesterday will be entered into the record. Board members, before we start with public comment, I would suggest that we reduce our regular time for public comment to 2 minutes so that to further encourage members of the public to limit their comments to the new information we've received tonight. But I'm certainly open to other, if folks want to stay with 3 minutes, I'm certainly open to that as well.
Catherine, I'm comfortable with 2. I think that makes sense, given that we're talking about a limited number of changes.
Okay.
Likewise.
I was going to suggest we do 2 minutes.
All right. All right. I'm getting a thumbs up from Hugh as well. All right. So, we'll now then move to public comment. and have staff unmute speakers one at a time. As usual, begin by saying your name and address, and staff will confirm that we can hear you. After that, you will have up to 2 minutes to speak before I ask you to wrap up. And again, we are looking specifically for comments on the new information we've received this evening in the presentation on proposed changes and amendments to the petition.
Thanks. This is Jeff Roberts. We'll go through the comments, and I'll read the speaker, and then the next speaker. It looks like we have a list. I'm going to encourage everybody that would like to speak to, again, reminder, push the raise hand button. Only push it once so that your hand is up and stays up, and that gives us this good sense of how many more speakers we have left. So speaker is Will MacArthur, who will be followed by Michael Hoff.
Hello, my name is Will MacArthur, and I live at 18 North Cambridge. I'm a lifelong Cambridge resident. I'm here to encourage the Planning Board to report favorably on the missing middle housing zoning petition in light of the new amendments, which make the petition more aligned with the goals described in the Envision Cambridge process. Page 143 of the Envision Cambridge report explicitly recommends that the city, quote, allow multifamily residential development citywide, end quote, through zoning changes, and do so in a near term, end quote, time frame. I feel that Amendment 1, by increasing and improving the targeting of the petition, makes the petition more responsive to this goal. Out of respect for the board's time, I'll comments there. Thank you for your time in considering the petition, and I urge you to report favorably on it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Hoff, who's followed by Neil Miller.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Michael Hoff. I live at 80 Fawcett Street, and I also will respectfully urge the board to approve of this petition. Alan mentioned the example of a firefighter making $75,000 that would benefit from the amendment. And I know a lot of firefighters that are just getting on the job, and they make more money than that, and they still think that they can't live in Cambridge. So I think that this amendment in particular would really help with the ability to keep Cambridge as diverse as it wants to be. And if we really want to do that, I think we need to really lean into that and not lean into the status quo, gotten us to the position where we all know that this is a problem, but if we don't do anything about it, then that's even more of a problem. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Neil Miller, followed by Christopher Schmidt.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm renting Cambridgeport at 104 Pearl Street, Apartment B, and I support this proposal. Briefly, from Envision Cambridge and the City Council, there's wide support in the public and elected officials for allowing triple deckers anywhere in Cambridge because it matches our values of inclusivity, sustainability. And this is a proposal that does that. The initial petition was based on national best practice. And with the amendments that we heard about, it's clear that the petitions are taking feedback from everyone really seriously. Supporters, members of Planning Board, City Council, even city staff, and even I've been really impressed skeptics of this petition. Their thoughts are included. No policy change can be made with full certainty about what will happen, but we do know the costs of not acting, increasing prices, folks pushed out of Cambridge, and then out of the communities that people move into, greater traffic congestion, and even more carbon emissions. So I think that MMH is a step in the right direction, and I hope that this board issues a positive recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christopher Schmidt, who's followed by Francis Donovan.
Thank you, Christopher Schmidt, 17 Laurel Street. I want to thank the Planning Board for your comments during the previous meeting on this petition. I think your feedback and concerns on what the petition should address was informative, and I'm happy the petitioners were able to propose a set of amendments to match that. The need to change the status quo of housing is crucial. We need to move away from housing which is larger and less affordable, which is what our current zoning incentivizes, and those buildings are bad for the city and bad for the people who currently do or want to live in Cambridge. With that in mind, the petitioner's amendments take an important step. Rather than simply providing more opportunities for the types of housing that best fit the nature of Cambridge, the petition actually explicitly reduces the opportunity for those problematic changes. It means that reducing the number of units in a non-conforming building requires a variance. It reduces the allowed FAR in C and C1 zones. And then it grants an additional density bonus, but only to the types of housing that I think we all agree are better for the city. It is housing that is smaller and more affordable. The proposed amendments also raise open space requirements in the areas of Cambridge with less public and private open space. I think those are strong. That's a strong change. And so like right now, we know that what we're doing is building more $2 million homes. The missing middle housing petition can't change everything, but it could mean that we would get more $800,000 homes or $700,000 homes. And if we do nothing, then next year, we're not going to get more $700,000 homes. We're going to get more homes that are no longer $2 million, but now $2.1 million. We've seen it again and again and again, and I think that we need to make a change. And I think these changes are a good thing to recommend. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Francis Dunn.
Jeff, before we go on,
Yep.
I would just like to take a moment to recognize board member Tom Snavich has joined us.
Tom, can you indicate if the meeting is audible to you?
The meeting is audible to me. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Tom Snavich is present. Thank you for pointing that out. So the next speaker is Francis Donovan, who is followed by Henry Wardis.
Can you indicate that I am audible to you?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I've been in Harvard Square since 1955.
Could you give your address, please?
42 Irving Street. Haven't moved since many years. At any rate, that was a wonderful time. That was the folk revolution. Joni Bias and Tom Rush used to hang out in our living room, and I learned how to play the guitar. There was a wonderful song we sang back then. It was eastbound train on the westbound track, westbound train on the eastbound track. Both them trains is running fine, but what a hell of a way to run a railroad line. Well, that's what you guys are doing tonight. There are rules that we live by in our society, and it keeps us from chaos. And the rules say that you introduce a petition, and barring any mere alterations, it can go all the way through to a vote. But if you come up with alterations of a major and complex nature, which is what those amendments call themselves, you are outside the realm of procedure, and the public is unaware of what you're doing. Now, is it necessary to do this without the public, or are you just in a hurry, or what is it? But how can you be finding merit in items that are not before the public? You really can't. I mean, this is a very bad petition. It's incorrectly named. It's derived from the National Association of Home Builders. It claims that it is going to reduce expensive housing, and it's going to do exactly the opposite. So anybody who's analyzing, I would suggest that the people who submitted this should probably say it at least as ardently as we do, because if you look at it correctly, it is going to blossom in expensive new housing and do exactly the opposite. And instead of Arlington pillboxes, we're now going to have gigantic Cambridge pillboxes. This is out of bounds, and it needs to be withdrawn and rethought.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Henry Wardis, followed by Janice Snow.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I am Henry Wardis of 106 Berkshire Street, speaking on behalf of Our Revolution. Nothing in the amendments addresses the injustice of the original petition, ending single-family zone under circumstances that lessen the ability of Black and brown people to acquire affordable homes moves us in the wrong direction. Previously, members of this board estimated the price of new units at $1,000 a square foot, meaning that a 1,200 square unit would sell for above $1 million. Because supporters claim that housing created by the petition will be affordable to middle-income people, I looked up salaries. I obtained information from several sources, so my figures are approximate for median salaries in 2021. We're talking about police officers at 65,000, teachers at 71,000, nurses at 92,000, and firefighters at 54,000. It is obvious that people earning middle-class salaries will be unable to buy the million-dollar homes. Many of these people would not even make enough to qualify for affordable units. Further, because as many sources state, there are major disparities between the salaries of white, black, and brown people, the missing middle petition will result in more housing for upper income white people and the forced exit through gentrification of black and brown people. It would be a sad irony. Zoning change advertised as a move to diminish racism contributed to its worsening. The planning board should not lend its support to this effort. Instead, I urge the board to learn from Boston's new zoning initiative and invite Councilor Lydia Edwards to describe her work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Janice Snow, who's followed by Bill Beam.
Thank you. I'm also concerned. I wasn't aware of any of these amendments, and comments.
Could you give your name? I'm giving your name and address, please.
Janice Snow, 60 Reservoir Street.
Thank you.
So I was totally unaware of these amendments until now, and so I wasn't prepared to comment on them. But I think that throwing something at us at the last minute is very difficult. The entire process and the push by a number of residents and developers in the National Lobbying Group to get this plan passed before most of our citizens even know about it is basically anti-democratic. Even those of us who are on city boards and many city mailing lists only learned of it by chance from our neighbors. If any of our, this is not how massive zoning changes should occur. If any of our elected officials or those planning on running for office have taken funds or plan to take funds from developers or consultants stand to gain from these zoning changes, they should be required to acknowledge that, just as researchers do when they do papers. Every homeowner and registered Cambridge voter should be informed of these proposals, given a summary of all relevant statistics regarding existing housing units and demographics, and correct any erroneous assertions made by the middle petition. More efforts have gone into informing residents about composting than a plan that can affect everyone. Let's not forget this petition is about building more units, not making sure that any of those units are affordable by middle income residents or Cambridge workers. If we're going to supply some percentage of housing for the middle income, we need a master plan that defines who we need to help, what those incomes are, and how we can keep or attract some percentage of middle income residents in Cambridge. The middle focuses on buildings. We need to focus on people and the environments in which we all live. And I've lived in Cambridge since the 1970s. We live in a house, and I'm very concerned about aesthetic conditions and historic buildings. And I think all of those things have to be taken into consideration before there's some imaginary plan that is not necessarily going to result in units. If more units would do it.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. The next speaker is
Jeff. Excuse me, this is Swati. Just wanted to note that Planning Board member Louis has also joined the meeting.
Thank you. Lou Bashi, can you confirm that the meeting is audible to you?
Present and audible.
Thank you, Lou. So Lou Bachi is also present. Thank you. So the next speaker is Bill Beam, who is followed by Lee Ferris.
Hi, I'm Bill Beam of 18 Laurel Street. I've lived in Cambridge a long time, but I'm not going to say how many years because I don't feel like the length of time I've lived here gives me any qualifications for speaking on this issue. In fact, I think people who are younger and are looking to live in Cambridge have more qualification. What I'd like to speak about is, as a practicing architect, I see firsthand how important and influential zoning is to our residential projects. But more importantly, zoning kind of community we're developing and leaving for the generations to come. What our current zoning encourages and perpetuates are not the typical housing types we know and most of us live in, but large freestanding homes. This is what we see being built as of right, built behind existing homes on cleared lots and small clusters and replacing current two-family homes at costs of $2 million and up. This is happening throughout our neighborhoods. But according to Envision Cambridge, this is not what Canterbridgians want for Cambridge. The Missing Middle petition seeks to end this contradiction. Several recently introduced amendments address this mismatch between regressive zoning and community aspirations very directly. Amendment 1 offers an incentive to build smaller, less expensive multifamily units and will make building large single-family homes more difficult. Amendment 3 will impose a special permit process on proposed down conversions. This will curtail the common practice of converting existing two-family buildings to single-family homes. Thanks for your careful consideration of this petition. I urge you to send your positive recommendation for swift council action. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lee Ferris, who's followed by Carolyn Fuller.
Good evening. My name is Lee Ferris, 269 Norfolk Street. I'm speaking for myself tonight. The proposed changes by ABC in the MMH petition are all positive, making the petition less harmful, and I appreciate the changes. I agree with planning board members that likely the changes will mean that the petition needs to be re-advertised. However, I still have major concerns, primarily that there is no required affordability. I would like the proposal to be changed to require affordability, and I would like to hear from developers what they think that these units would sell for. I think that probably the units will still be much more expensive than an income teacher could afford. While tear down of older buildings may be less likely, I think this petition will still make it likely. Excuse me. I'd like the zoning to be changed to say that this increased density is only available if an existing property is not demolished. Without such a change, the petition will speed up the destruction of naturally occurring affordable housing, which would increase displacement, including of people of color, like in my dense neighborhood, the Port. And it could lead to property owners, including Black families, moving away to cheaper cities and well-off, mostly white families, replacing them. Regarding the removal of parking minimums, I would ask the petition require that any parking provided on site be pervious to reduce water runoff. Following the comments in the planning board report, the draft planning board report, I'd like the city to conduct a targeted analysis of this petition to study its impacts and effects. I'd also like to see more examples of how much can be built on lots of various sizes. Therefore, I ask that the planning board not give a positive recommendation to the petition. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolyn Fuller, who's followed by Suzanne Blier.
Carolyn Fuller, 12 Douglas Street, Central Square, the Port. I most definitely support discouraging the conversion of multifamily housing into single-family housing. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Suzanne Blier, who's followed by Robert Camacho.
Thank you, Suzanne Blier, 5 Fuller. And I urge you not to support this. I would also urge, if councilors are going to speak to an item, in this case, a petition by a political PAC, that their name should also be conveyed. But let me just say that the amendments, like the original, do not address issues of race or affordability as defined in the early goals, and that the petitioners themselves have indicated in social media that only people making over 100,000 would be able, most likely, to afford one of these units. I also am concerned, and I spoke with a developer about the impacts of this on promoting even greater tear downs. And I think that that's a real problem, both for the environment and for the complete history of our own architectural fabric. The MMH movement was founded in part by the building industry, not for historic cities like Cambridge, but for far less dense suburbs like Minneapolis or farmlands, such as in urban or near urban and suburban areas like Vermont. We have faced in Cambridge and Boston massive international and other investor monies that this seems to offer a real impact. I'm very concerned that there's no design review or neighborhood impact being put together. And in some neighborhoods, 1.25 FAR and 40-foot height just simply will not work. And we don't know what these buildings will look like. There are other ways that we can end exclusively single-family housing. I hope that we will do it, but not through this. Making one zone out of the whole city will make B and C look more like A with more single-family housing. It's simply not hard. And finally, we have made way too many people working in Cambridge to be able to house them all. Emissions will continue, and we simply won't have a viable housing stock going forward to address this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Camacho, who's followed by Heather Hoffman.
My name is Robert Camacho. I live on Corporal Burns Road in Cambridge. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Despite all the changes trumpeted by A Better Cambridge for the new improved version of missing housing, it remains a for-profit housing developer idea to make money with no regard really for affordable housing, no regard for historical Cambridge, no regard for current residents and taxpayers of our city, and no regard for green spaces. Particulars of this position remain onerous and distant to any semblance of reasonably planned housing development. It's a fly by the seat of your pants procedure. The amendments that we learned of tonight, we're supposed to be able to speak on them after hearing them 10 minutes ago. That is totally unreasonable. In the midst of all this, I ask, where's the much voiced concern for affordable housing? The silence is deafening because missing middle proposal continues to have nothing to do with affordable housing. While there are a number of new amendments, they do nothing to address affordability and can make things even worse by limiting the ability of people to make additions to their own homes to add more housing for family members or others. There's still no design review, and in some neighborhoods, the height allowance of 40 feet, the equivalent of 4 stories, is way too tall, as the allowable density up to 1.25 FAR, which the existing Cambridge zoning ordinance identifies with zoning college dorms. The MMH proposal does not even attempt to solve the needs of Cambridge for more affordable housing, but will definitely detrimentally affect green space, wetlands protection, and destroy protections for current homeowners or renters living in the ever-increasing Cambridge flood plains. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Heather Hoffman, who's followed by Justin Safe.
Hello, Heather Hoffman, 213 Hurley Street. The board, I'm sure, saw the letter that I co-wrote, pointing out, as you started out discussing, that these amendments are totally illegal under Chapter 40A. And I'm kind of sorry that we're spending any time on them. Why are us doing the petitioner's work for them, since they couldn't be bothered to write amendments that would actually be legal? But the one thing the amendments tell us is that the planning board members' concerns and discomfort with this petition at the prior meeting were well-founded. These amendments turn this into something entirely different. Now, and yet, even by turning it into something entirely different, they still do absolutely nothing to address the thing that they claim is the desperate need of dealing with a racist past that kept Black and brown people from being able to amass generational wealth by owning homes. So we have I believe it was the Federal Reserve that found that average Black families in this area have $8 of net worth. So with that $8 of net worth, are they going to be able to buy these new homes? Are they going to be able to afford this rent? These petitioners don't live in the same world that I do, where people do not make over $100,000 a year, where people are not able to pay $2,500 a month in rent. They're trying to house themselves, not the people that they claim that they're trying to help. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Justin Safe, who's followed by Jonathan Behrens.
Justin Safe, Hurley Street, East Cambridge. I encourage the planning board to support this petition as amended. This petition will end exclusionary zoning in which multifamily housing is not allowed in some Cambridge neighborhoods. I will defer to Professor Bowie's expert elucidation of the problems of exclusionary zoning and its historic ties to structural racism from the last meeting of this board. I have several comments specifically addressing the amendments. These amendments address many concerns that have been raised about the petition. Although I know many housing opponents will not be satisfied, I want to thank the proponents for engaging in good faith with the concerns that they have heard. First, as we all know, the status quo is the biggest enemy here, in which housing costs have skyrocketed, more than doubling over a short time, which is just incredible and unheard of. Limiting the ability to downzone, as one of the amendments does, helps protect our existing housing supply by preventing the conversion from multifamily home to large single-family homes. Also, as a resident of East Cambridge, I appreciate the effort to increase private open space in East Cambridge and other neighborhoods. Also note that East Cambridge and other denser Cambridge neighborhoods will be least impacted by this petition, as most lots will remain non-conforming before and after the amendments and the petition itself due to the lack of setbacks, meaning the existing planning board and BZA processes will still apply, making significant changes costly and diminishingly unlikely to be sought, let alone granted. Finally, the blatantly false criticism that a bunch of builders or developers are behind missing middle housing doesn't really justify a response, but suffice to say, it's a baseless smear of some of the most highly dedicated and concerned Cantabrigians who have worked tirelessly to improve our fair city and who deserve much better. While change can be hard, when the status quo is a housing crisis, change is necessary. Missing middle housing is a modest incremental change, and I hope you will join me in supporting it, as amended, and in supporting a more equitable, diverse, and environmentally sustainable Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jonathan Behrens, who's followed by James.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Behrens. I'm at 115 Hampshire Street. At the previous hearing, we heard concerns that housing costs per square foot are currently too high and would likely remain so under MMH. I want to remind the planning board that we've actually already done the experiment to see what happens when the cost of housing when we do nothing. When costs were $200 per square foot, the city tried doing nothing. Costs rose to $300 a square foot. When costs were $300 a square foot, the city tried doing nothing again. Prices rose to $400 a square foot. At $400 a square foot for building costs, we tried once again, and the result was the same. Prices rose to $500 per square foot. It happened again and again and again to $600, $700, $800. Now we've heard estimates as high as $1,000 a square foot. We don't need an experiment to see what will happen if we do nothing. That experiment has all running for decades. It is time we stopped it and tried to do action instead. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is James, who's followed by a telephone participant.
This is James All. I'm at 203 Pemberton Street. My wife and I are fortunate to have lived in Cambridge for 29 years. After renting here for 6 years, we were able to buy a home here because a developer had bought a large lot in North Cambridge with a small house that was built in the 1860s. He was able to add homes for 6 households to that lot. Today, our zoning laws would not allow that kind of sensible development, even though the city's population is much larger and we have a dire shortage of housing. Some residents resist easing the restrictions that prevent most multifamily housing because they believe that buildings that are taller or larger or somehow different will somehow diminish their neighborhoods. The sad thing is that evidence in their own neighborhoods suggests otherwise. Many attractive, high-priced areas of Cambridge include 4 or 5-story apartment buildings that were once controversial. Those buildings have resulted in deterioration or declining property values. The missing middle housing zoning petition is a reasonable, necessary, equitable, and overdue adjustment to our zoning laws that will help resolve the housing crisis we now face, and we ask that you give it a favorable recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is connected by telephone. The numbers are 438, the last few numbers. I think you're unmuted. And then it's followed by Dan Totten. I'm sorry. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jessica Sheehan. I live at 48th Street. I'm not going to sing, so you're all welcome for that. I think the amendments are good, particularly the open space requirement change. That makes a lot of sense to me. It's much more equitable. I've lived in so-called naturally affordable rental housing my entire time in Cambridge, which is over a decade. The apartments in which I've lived could not be legally built today, and I think that's wrong. It's odd to hear so many securely housed people, many of whom have benefited enormously from housing scarcity, argue against MMH on affordability grounds and on behalf of people like me. When it comes to aesthetics or other considerations, I think all voices should be heard equally. But when it comes to affordability concerns in particular, I once again ask that the board please listen most closely to those of us most directly affected by the housing crisis. Once again, I realize we don't all feel the same way about this, but that's who I think should have the most voice in this when it comes to affordability concerns. So that's it. I'm a long-term Cambridge. I strongly support the petition, and I ask that the board please recommend it favorably to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dan Totten, who's followed by Marilee Meyer.
Yes, thanks. This is Dan Totten, 54 Bishop Allen Drive. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. So I just want to start by saying that I agree with Jess. I think that renters should be really listened to on this. And I'm a renter and I make half of $100,000. And I know people who are even lower than me who have spoke out against this that should also be listened to. And I think that I want to stick to these slides, even though I don't. So basically what I'm seeing here is a lot of changes before we've even seen a real impact about what the original will do to the city. We haven't seen an analysis of what will happen, but now we have all these other changes, and it makes it really hard to kind of figure something out. I think that ultimately it's very disappointing that the proponents did not choose to grapple with the affordability question. I think that was by far the biggest concern raised by many folks, and I was just very disappointed to not see it in here. I think that we've heard a lot about how small residential lends itself well to affordable homeownership, and I think that it's misleading to just say that it's not possible, because I think there's ways we could do it. Finally, I just want to address this idea that this is like racial justice. You have to think more carefully about how we can't undo centuries of racism by just deregulating the market and letting the strongest come out on top. I don't think this should be survival of the. I don't think the wealthy should get to decide when we upzone like this. I think we should take into account that there are people of all economic and racial classes in this city, and they all deserve to have a policy that works for them. And this does not work for the most vulnerable people in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marilee Meyer, who's followed by Camilla Elvis.
I'm Marilee Meyer, 10 Dana Street, and I oppose the missing middle. With the new extensive amendments, it is no longer the same petition. And true to form, the public is still clueless to a plan affecting 82% of all parcel of land and 53% of all existing dwellings without safeguard. National best practice is not Cambridge specific. Mid-rise buildings are not missing. Unfortunately, private owners offering naturally occurring affordable housing are encouraged to sell. This results in potential teardowns for large market rate 4-story buildings anywhere as of right on small parcels of land. The subdivisions alone would be a nightmare, and there is no design review or mention of conservation areas. 1.25 FAR is huge in most areas. The heinous practice of redlining will not be fixed by this, devoid of protective rules. I hope the board was able to view Charlie Sullivan's zoning talk based on 45 years of Cambridge-specific research. Zoning in Cambridge was initially based on health and fire codes, not segregating the small Black population. MMH will lead to further gentrification and economic segregation. A 500 square foot market rate unit will not remedy family flight. Amending the zoning we have now to allow multifamily homes and other changes is doable. Don't be intimidated by activist counselors. Please vote no on this indulgent land rush. And just for the record, I'm wondering whether Envision Cambridge was ever really formalized or ratified. I'm not sure it has been, yet everything we do is based on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Camilla Elvis, who's followed by Carol O'Hare.
Hi, Camilla Elvis, 28 Lydian Street. First off, Envision Cambridge was the result of a 3-year-long community process with extensive outreach through, and I think that is actually much more representative of the community's values than whoever is showing up on a Tuesday night at planning board meetings. So that should be taken heavily into account, and missing middle housing is a way to accomplish many of those to move towards those core values and goals. I also want to speak to some misapprehensions. It would not be a 4-story building, would not be allowed. Subdivisions is an amendment that we addressed in one of the technical details. I appreciate that there needs to be more time to read that. But my lived experience on Lydian Street is that I'm looking out the window right now at a 4-story apartment building. It does not loom over my 3-story single family house. It is charming. The setbacks are 3 feet. Next to these apartment buildings is the oldest house in Cambridge. It is tiny. And I think that just to the fact that we are in, like, when these buildings were built, maybe people were horrified, but times change, and over the centuries, we should allow new buildings. And I'm not someone who's against, sorry, I'm sounding emotional, but I'm not against historical preservation. My family's home was one of the first one historical preservation board, one of the first years that was possible. So like, I understand that values, but I also think that my block demonstrates that change happens over time and building form evolves, and it's still a beautiful neighborhood. So I urge you to support this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol O'Hare, who's followed by Catherine Zusi.
Okay, Carol O'Hare, 172 Magazine Street. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't understand your decision to proceed with this presentation and especially the discussion. At all. I'm sorry. It seems inconsistent with the law. Why city councilors who are not parties and not participating and whose names we don't know should have swayed you to proceed is also puzzling to me. You received Heather Hoffman's, Phil Wellens, and my detailed review of why each of these amendments requires new public notice. Indeed, prohibiting down conversions, as one of the amendments proposes, may not even be authorized by the State Zoning Enabling Act that authorizes municipalities to enact zoning law, without which you wouldn't be sitting here. Yes, please do listen to Charlie Sullivan's presentation, including the question and answer, because he will give you the real scoop about zoning history in Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Catherine Zusi, who's followed by John Pitkin.
Hi there. I'm Kathy Zusi. I live at 202 Hamilton Street. Yes, we've got a housing problem in Cambridge. When young and middle-class people can't afford to live here, we lose out as a community. We miss out on the energy, diversity, and humanity that they bring. And I also hate the little boxes that crop up in backyards. But the missing middle petition is built on a false assumption, the assumption that STAR units will be less expensive. We live in one of the hottest housing markets in the country, close to Harvard and MIT, close to Boston, the state capital, and close to Kendall Square, an innovation district. This, an international investment in real estate here, is what drives our housing costs up. Sadly, I don't think that this petition will create housing for the middle classes. In the meantime, this petition, however, puts the architectural character of our neighborhoods at risk. Multi-unit buildings don't belong everywhere. We've got them in densely built Cambridge Port, Mid-Cambridge, and East Cambridge. Multifamily units could work in these communities in some cases, but to give developers free rein to develop multifamily units anywhere without review is very problematic. I appreciate the motivations of those proposing this petition, but it is not the right solution. Thank you.
Thank you. I go to John Pitkin. If anyone hasn't spoken yet, if you thought your hand was raised and it's not raised, please just push the button, raise hand once, and your hand will go up and it will stay up. So I see a few more people. I'd like to try to make this the last call so we can get through. So John Pitkin is next and is followed by Nicola Williams.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is John Pitkin. I live at 18 Fayette Street. I'd like to associate myself with the letter from the Green Cambridge, on whose board I serve, that you've received, stating, among other things, that the petition's proposed reductions for open space requirements put the proposal in direct connection to Cambridge's effort to maintain a healthy canopy of trees, and the drastic reductions in open space requirements would also undermine the shared stewardship we need to preserve a healthy forest for our city. And to that, speaking now for myself as an individual, the proposed change to the open space requirements are certainly a very important step in the right direction. And I would raise two concerns with those changes. One is that for the C1, where the actual increase in private open space requirement would be raised, that would appear to be out of scope and therefore not possible. So that would be one concern. And the other is highlighted by the communication that I sent to the board this afternoon with slides based on the Urban Forest Master Plan report that strongly suggest that the rear yard setbacks indicate that the rear yard setbacks may be as important or more important than the total amount of open space. And the failure to, and the fact that those setback reductions are still included in the petition is a concern and needs to be reviewed for their impact on the tree canopy, because that's where most of the canopy exists in many neighborhoods. So I urge further study of that before we give the open space requirement a green light, whether as amended or in a new petition. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nicola Williams, who's followed by Philip Wellens.
Good evening, planning board members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I find that it's illegal and unfair to even discussing these amendments tonight.
Can you give your name and address, please?
Okay, Nicola Williams, 8 Burr Street. I find it illegal and unfair to even be discussing these amendments tonight without a proper public process. As some have said, it's not democratic. I also cannot wrap my head around the fact that unnamed counselors are influencing the city staff to pursue this discussion without a proper public process. That said, the missing middle unaffordable upzoning housing proposal is a modern day redlining proposal to me, and a blank check for developers. Its effect of luxury housing will not only displace low-income neighbors and people of color, it will prohibit access for limited income folks and my Black and brown neighbors, the very people that this proposal is claiming to help. Don't tell me that more housing is better than no housing. Not like this. I say no to this upzoning travesty. We have to and must do better, folks. The last time I spoke, I called out the fact that Black and Brown residents were not supporting this missing middle proposal. Yeah, a few people, recent supporters, they're actually housing speculators. The Homebridge program that's stymied because it's crap. It's a proposal that needs to be relooked at, and for it to be included in this amendment as a way for the city to support full home ownership in this both proposal is also a travesty. Please scrap this proposal because it's not doing anything in helping our community move to affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Philip Wellens by Katiti Karonde.
So you can hear me, yes?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Philip Wellens, 651 Green Street. I oppose the MMH. First of all, I agree with the critical speakers about the substantive problems that the MMH poses. Most of them that have been named are the same as before. And I think that's probably because a lot of us really only found out about the amendments at the last minute, sometime toward the end of last week. That's a travesty, I think. 5 lawyers I know have submitted letters that identify a majority of the amendments as requiring a new filing. A majority. This is not 1 or 2. This is a majority of them, and they're serious writers. Marisa Caccio, Heather Hoffman, who you've heard, Carol O'Hare, who you've heard. Fritz Donovan has said the same, and I've said the same myself. But let me be a little more personal.
I think you're on mute. You may need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Sorry. Our neighbors, and we submitted a petition to Down Zone and had an amendment years ago. Our road parallels Mass Avenue. Our houses are on the south side. The city didn't amend the zoning ordinance to include an agreed 20-foot green setback on abutting commercial lots. So we petitioned to add that setback, but didn't know to include below-grade underground structures that could cross the lot line with us. CDD made us withdraw our first petition, correct it, and refile, as they should. My point here is that we didn't to the planning board or anybody until we had refiled. The MMH petitioner should not be allowed to offer the planning board the multiple substantial amendments without refiling. This discussion is lopsided because those of us who oppose it were not informed. It looks like a political.
Thank you. The next speaker is Katiti Karonde, and I saw Robert Simha's hand go up and down. If you want to speak, please push the button again and just push it once. Thank you.
My name is Katiti Karonde, and I live at 11A Meacham Road in Cambridge. And I'll begin by saying this. I own a 2-family house here in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and can promise you that if Mr. and Mrs. Jones came and offered me some money to buy it and offered me, say, I don't know, let's say $50, because that's what they could afford, and a developer came along and said, you know what, I can put 6 units in here. I'll offer you more money. That is exactly what's going to happen because the family cannot afford what a developer can. And I can promise you a lot of people will be doing exactly that, selling to the highest bidder. He who can make more money by putting more units on the property. But what I'm trying to tell you here is do not approve this. It is a really bad idea. It is nothing more than a wolf, greedy developers in sheep's clothing, racial justice. Cloaking it in racial justice, and having listened to Professor Bowie, I'm sorry to say that I call be what you know what on that, because what people should do is listen to Charlie Sullivan. Really listen to him because you owe it to the people of Cambridge Board, please, and listen to his lecture, and he will tell you what the true root of Cambridge zoning really are. The income disparities are not the reason why are the reason why, income disparities are the reason why people live in the zones that they live in this city. It has nothing to do with the nefarious zoners who decided that the people will live here, the rich people will live there. It has to do with who has the money to buy their house where they can buy it. Plain and simple. And to fall for this is to give in to a kind of bullying, because right now this whole racial justice thing is so huge. And if you go against it, why? You're really a bad person. So I would say, please do not vote for this. And I don't even know why we're talking about it tonight, since we just
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Simha, who's followed by Christopher Mackin. You can unmute yourself. Thank you.
I just want to share some observations with you.
Could you give your name and address, please? I'm sorry.
Robert Simha, 303 3rd Street, Cambridge.
Thank you.
I would just like to share some additional observations in addition to the that I sent to the planning board. I think whatever well-meaning efforts this represented from the people that put it together, it is a serious mistake, I think, to take on yet another quick fix. Over the 60 years that I've been involved in Cambridge life and Cambridge planning, I've seen every decade somebody come along with a quick fix to fix the housing problem of the city. This is not new. It's happened again and again and again. Each time the council would provide some quick fix and the intended consequences would be severe. We haven't learned anything. I hope, I wish, I pray that you do not make the same mistake again. This proposal would increase density in the city and in the most difficult areas, the areas that are most prohibitive in terms of open space and public facilities. No indication in these amendments are what the city's responsibility or what the implications for public facility needs are. All this last year, I've worked hard to raise consciousness about the open space needs of the city, particularly in the eastern end of the city. Just that one example gives you an idea that before you ever approve an amendment like this, a thorough analysis of the unintended consequence of it should be available to you. I hope that you will ask for that and that you will not move on this amendment until you have that information. It's otherwise an unacceptable solution. Only wealthy young people will be using this kind of facility. They'll pay through the nose for it. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker is Christopher Mackin.
This is Christopher Mackin, 48 JFK Street, Cambridge, a renter for 47 years in the city. I just want to comment on a couple of the remarks of the supporters of this amendment. I am an opponent. The implication that has been suggested tonight is that because property values have continued to rise, and there has not been an initiative of their kind and of their scale, because the prices continue to rise year after year, that we have been timid, that we have been suckers, and it is time to join the party before it even gets worse. Well, that kind of counsel does not strike me as prudent public policy and thinking. In fact, it is exactly the case that we should avoid joining the party and, in effect, getting behind the notion that developers will save us and the market will save us. If in fact we are concerned about middle-class people and working and poor people in the city, we should be staying out of that market dynamic. We should be using city land to build housing. We should be looking at tenant displacement measures such as conversion laws that have not been passed in this city. We need to be focused on justice, which starts at the bottom in the middle of this, and not focused on what the needs are of people coming into town with plenty of money to be able to buy things and who want us all to subscribe to the market ideology. That is a kind of woke neoliberalism that we should be skeptical of in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. One more speaker, Joel Greenberg. and you can unmute yourself and begin with your name and address.
Hi, my name is Joel, 290 Prospect Street. My name is Joel. I'm a DSA member, a Sunrise member, and actually a recently displaced Cambridge resident. Despite having many privileges, a good job, a good education, stable job, no family financial responsibilities, my building was sold to developers who failed to maintain a living standard for the building through the end of my lease and now plan to replace it with $1.5 million condos. As I look for a new apartment in the city, it's clear to me that I have all the necessary resources to find a new home in this market. A job with flexible hours, a crisp dress shirt so I can impress whatever agent is responsible for deciding which application's accepted, and a few grand in the bank to sign away for, the eventual lease. It's also clear to me that we must account for neighbors who don't share these privileges, and I'm afraid that this proposal leaves them out in the cold. While it's obvious that we're short on housing and could imagine Cambridge to be a higher density city with better public transit and shared spaces, it's also clear to me that blindly upzoning the city will leave those who can't compete in the market like I can entirely behind. And we've left them behind for years. We failed to heed their call for help during the pandemic, despite 2 presidents in a row offering financial support for us to provide non-congregate shelter. This proposal treats affordable housing as an afterthought, an externality to be dealt with later, not at all. I asked the planning board to consider the affordability of new housing as it pertains to this proposal. There cannot be racial justice nor environmental justice without very clear housing justice. Councillor Zondervan's affordability amendment would seem to be a good place to start the discussion, but by no means is it enough. We should listen to our commuters in the Black Response, as well as folks in the unhoused community, for ways to make truly a better Cambridge for all. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the list of speakers, so I'll turn it back over to the chair.
All right, thank you very much, Jeff. All right, board members. We will now move from public comment to board discussion. Do board members have either for CDD staff or for the petitioner's representatives at this time? Just clarification, questions, those kinds of things, before we get to the actual discussion of the communication that we want to make to City Council. Seeing no questions. Okay, great. Then I would propose for our discussion, I'm going to use the draft communication that staff put together from our last hearing as our guide for discussion. I think there are about 10 bullet points in it. I'm just going to go through each of them and see if there are revisions to those that either, comments we've heard tonight, suggest that we'd like to make changes to, things we've seen in the written comments to the board, further consideration, whatever. If there are any changes we want to make, I would say that the one comment for certain I've heard from board members we do want to add is that the amendments suggested by petitioner at this point should be reviewed by the law department to determine whether or not they're in scope. But if we think we need to or should opine on any of them in particular, we can certainly add that information as well. Does that structure work for people? Nico?
That structure works for me, but there have been a few comments about the history of zoning that I wanted to respond to before going into bullet point.
Please.
Yeah, I mean, because they sort of dominated the public comment, the written comment. So I'm really glad that since we last talked about the petition, there's been this burst of interest in learning more about the history of zoning in Cambridge. Several people who spoke in the video from Charlie Sullivan that he gave before the Cambridgeport Neighborhood Association. And there were several written comments and op-eds that purported to describe the history of zoning in Cambridge. And as a professional historian who teaches local government law, I am delighted by the public enthusiasm. In fact, I would encourage everybody to learn more about the history of zoning. It's super interesting. The Cambridge Library maintains archives of the Cambridge Chronicle and the Cambridge Tribune and the Cambridge Press. I bet you didn't even know there was a Cambridge Press, and the Cambridge Sentinel. And it also has wonderful books on the history of zoning. So you can find Keeanga-Yamada Taylor's Race for Profit. You can find Doherty's Golden Gates. You can find Jessica Tronstein's Segregation by Design, In the Shadow of the Ivory Tower by Baldwin, Saving America's Cities by Elizabeth Cohen, Richard Rothstein's Color of Law, classics like Bernard Segan's Land Use Without Zoning, John Bean Zoned Out, Sonia Hertz Zoned in the USA. There are a lot of books written about the history of zoning. And what these histories extensively document is the deep tie between zoning and racial and class segregation. Density-based zoning did not exist before 1916. The only type of zoning that existed was racial zoning. It began in San Francisco, it spread elsewhere. And after the Supreme Court outlawed racial zoning in 1917, density-based zoning, like what we're currently debating, proliferated across almost every city and suburb in America. Richard Rothstein's book describes how city planners embraced density-based zoning as a racially method of enforcing segregation by excluding the construction of apartment buildings from wealthy neighborhoods. Jessica Tronstein describes how advocates of zoning faced a social Darwinist understanding. I believe one of the commenters said he doesn't want to see survival of the fittest. That is what the planners of the Cambridge Planning Board embraced when they described the purpose of zoning and how the unsanitary habits and homes of poor people spread epidemic disease. Ira Katz-Nelson has described how federal housing programs in the 1930s fortified zoning decisions by withholding home loans and mortgage insurance from neighborhoods that were integrated or disproportionately non-white, the practice known as redlining. Keeanga-Yamada Taylor has described how in 1966, Martin Luther King protested snob zone ordinances in all white cities with few Black people, only to be met with the same response we're hearing now, that density-based zoning has nothing to do with race, but designed to prevent the burdens and harms to property values if poor people were allowed to move in. Jessica Tronstein again has described how early adopters of zoning want to become more segregated along both race and class lines than similarly situated cities without early zoning plans, like Houston, which has never embraced zoning. And Bernard Segan, in his book about Houston in 1972, described how at that point, Houston had more apartments and more housing generally available for rent or purchase than other comparable cities, especially on the coasts where land use regulations had proliferated. And in Houston, as housing became older and older, it became more affordable as it aged because richer residents moved into newer construction. Rents were lower in Houston, the housing market was dynamic in Houston, and that was 1972. The difference since then has only grown exponentially. And I should also mention Hakeem Jefferson's recent piece to how white Americans express the discomfort of being associated with either racism or privilege. And some of the responses include denying that inequality exists instead of working to dismantle the systems that sustain the privilege in the first place. So all that said, I won't repeat what I said last meeting about how Cambridge has participated in all of these national trends, but I've seen two arguments surface today and in the last 5 weeks that I don't think should stand without comment from this board. So first, some people have argued that stench, not discrimination, was the catalyst for the process that led to Cambridge's zoning ordinance. This argument contends that the only purpose of Cambridge's 1924 zoning ordinance was to prevent the construction of factories. And I assume the implication is to prevent the construction of factories near residences. The evidence for this argument is a 1920s headline in the Boston Globe that postdates Cambridge's zoning ordinances. But even if it were true that Cambridge had adopted zoning to eliminate factories, all this argument would explain is why Cambridge zoned by use, separating residential areas from industrial areas. It has nothing to do with why today or in 1924, Cambridge zoned by density, by separating all white single-family neighborhoods in West Cambridge from the majority Black and immigrant neighborhoods of East Cambridge, Cambridgeport, and the Port. Proponents in Cambridge were explicit about their purposes. The purpose density requirements were, in a 1922 Cambridge Tribune article, to create exclusive districts where nothing but 2.5-story dwellings are allowed. According to the Cambridge Tribune in 1922, it was to prevent apartments in certain sections. In a 1919 article called The Purpose of Zoning, the Cambridge Tribune explained, free from any fear of invasion from garages, stores, or apartment houses, the homeowners in these districts will settle down to enjoy the relief which the zoning resolution has given them. Absent a zoning resolution, the article warned, here is a quiet residential street improved with private dwellings. If zoned now, the street may be maintained for detached houses. Wait until next year to adopt a zoning scheme, and the erection of 2 or 3 tenements will place it in the tenement house class. Cambridge adopted an ordinance to ban triple deckers, and not just with the zoning ordinance, it just banned triple deckers outright, as did most of the cities in Boston area. Cambridge ended up amending the triple decker ordinance in 1922 to allow the construction of triple deckers only with the assent of 75% of nearby property owners. Supporters of the triple decker ordinance were the same people behind the 1924 zoning ordinance. One of them was a Harvard professor, I'm sorry about that, who testified that the two ordinances were in perfect accordance. In 1924, after the zoning ordinance was passed, there's an article about how the owners of property on Fresh Pond Parkway and Hawthorne Avenue in the exclusive Larchwood district are up in arms over the plan to erect, right in the heart of that section, a 24-family apartment block. The people of that section sought that locality for their residents because of its freedom from apartment houses in 2- and 3-deckers, and quite a colony of fine single dwellings have been built. They complained that the new apartment violates the new zoning ordinance in the district, which is restricted to single and 2-family houses. So that's all to say that the purpose of the zoning ordinance in Cambridge was not about health and safety. Second, and I think a more insidious argument that I've heard over the past 5 weeks, are comments suggesting that housing discrimination did not exist in Cambridge, that redlining has nothing to do with race, which is just a really bizarre comment. And other suggestions that zoning and redlining have to do with one another or have anything to do with race. And I think that a lot of these comments, including a comment today suggesting that the missing middle petition is modern day redlining, have a pretty severe misunderstanding of what redlining means. So redlining, just to be clear, it refers to a practice that began in the late 1930s, so after the zoning ordinance was passed. It was initiated primarily by the Federal Housing Authority, a New Deal program, and it guaranteed mortgages for homeowners looking to purchase homes in certain neighborhoods. But the FHA's definition of a sound neighborhood was a racially segregated neighborhood, and the FHA refused to guarantee mortgages for Black people in integrated neighborhoods, in addition to encouraging white homeowners to racially restricted covenants. And so what redlining refers to are the figurative and literal red lines that FHA were trying to figure out whether to guarantee mortgages drew around certain neighborhoods out of the fear that they would lose value if Black people or poor people moved in or certain immigrants moved in. And I think what everyone in the past 5 weeks has Googled is you can see some early maps that were drafted in the 1930s by a different federal agency, the Homeowner Loan Corporation, the HOLC, which is a map that shows the green and blue and red areas of Cambridge. The HOLC, that is not redlining, that was the HOLC that created maps and used by the FHA. And the FHA, banks, and insurance companies engaged in racial discrimination with respect to guaranteeing mortgages in homes and otherwise providing credit for 40 years afterward, through the 1960s, on a theory that poor people were bad credit risks and the presence of lowered real estate values. So the connection between all of this, which is redlining, and zoning, is that the FHA correctly interpreted density-based zoning restrictions as a strong barrier to racial and economic integration. It therefore looked favorably on exclusively zoned neighborhoods and reinforced existing housing patterns, including the housing patterns that had been written into stone by the 1924 zoning ordinance and subsequent amendments. And redlining was federal policy that lasted through 1967, when congressional hearings in Alabama, no, Baltimore, no, Boston testified that this practice was pervasive around Boston and around the country. And Congress ended up banning redlining after this initial hearing in Boston with the 1968 Civil Rights Act, which prohibited the withholding of loans on the basis of race. And I think these two arguments are worth combating in detail because first, there's this idea that what history represents is just looking and finding, an article that supports you. I would really strongly encourage you all to read a book, to go to the library and look this up, because I'm not making this up. And the historians who have documented this in detail are not making this up either. But I also think that the prevalence of these two arguments over the past 5 weeks is a really exceedingly narrow definition of discrimination. This idea that laws and policies are racially or economically discriminatory only when the people who adopted those policies literally say, I am doing this because I am a racist snob. I think that's a definition of discrimination that would look at Trump's Muslim ban and say, well, he says he's doing this for national security reasons, so I guess we have to listen to him. Or the same idea that looks at a Fortune 500 company and says, well, I don't see that it has any women managers, but that must be because women don't like being managers, as opposed to, actually, no, there's a structural problem there that we should probably fix. And so at this point, given all of the countless studies that have described how zoning contributes to racial segregation, how zoning contributes to economic segregation, how zoning contributes to climate change, I think the bottom line is we have to ask ourselves, in light of all the problems that zoning causes, why do we keep it? Why do we continue to make it illegal to build dense housing? And so when we go through these 10 bullet points, just like the rest of the board to imagine for a moment that we abolished residential zoning. So just imagine that we're Houston or some other city that does not have residential zoning. It's legal to build any type of housing anywhere, so long as it complies with building codes and safety requirements. And now, as we're imagining this city that does not have residential zoning, I'd like us to imagine what sort of housing we want built. I think we could get a pretty strong majority, not just on the planning board, but across the city, as indicated by Envision Cambridge, that we would want affordable, dense housing for middle income and working families. We want to make Cambridge livable. We want people to be able to afford to live. This is the sort of housing we would want to encourage. And so then I think we should ask ourselves, if we are in a city that does not have zoning, and we want to encourage the creation of affordable housing, would we accomplish that goal by adopting a law that bans the construction of dense housing in West Cambridge? I don't think so. That is the current plan. That is this quote. We can call that Plan Down. Plan Down makes it illegal to build triple deckers anywhere in West Cambridge, even on sites that already have triple deckers built on them. If you live there and knock it down, you can't rebuild it. I think a better plan, we can call it Plan Up, or just any alternative, would be to make it as easy as possible to build dense, affordable housing. I think we would try to encourage mixed use neighborhoods within walking distance of jobs and street life. That's what Envision Cambridge calls for. And that is not what we currently have with our existing zoning rule. So I support this ordinance and I support the amendments to the extent that this gets us closer to what the city has said we want. We want affordable housing. We should not discourage and make illegal the construction of dense housing in West Cambridge. And I do think this is a racial justice issue. I think this is an economic justice issue. This is a housing justice issue. I think none of the objections that I've heard to this explain how we contribute to justice by banning the construction of triple deckers in West Cambridge. I don't get it. But I do get how constructing more housing and making more livable space in the city will reduce prices and make it more affordable. And so I hope that we have that in mind as we go through the 10 bullet points. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Lou, did you want to have some preliminary comments before we go through the draft?
It actually goes back to when you asked for questions. It took forever for the hand.
Okay. Well, by all means, let's get the questions on the table.
I just had a quick one. Is the down conversion amendment even legal in the zoning and enabling legislation? That was one of my concerns on this. Doesn't seem so, but that, like I said, I was just sticking up my hand and it took forever to go up. So
I can say I have an answer because I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. Hugh?
So I have a question that the board might consider, although I'm sort of directing it towards Nico. If we think that the residents C1 districts like East Cambridge, like most of Mid Cambridge, represent a reasonable mix of housing types, would it be just sufficient to simply extend those regulations to all the low density residential districts throughout the city? I've been thinking about that. I don't have an answer, but that's my question. And I'm not interested in what Alan said and thinks. So this is a discussion of the board.
Mary?
I don't know the answer to Hugh's question either, but I think it's an interesting thing to think about because at least we have experience with the C1 districts and we know, what sort of building types do well in those areas. I think, I appreciate everything that Nico said. I mean, you clearly understand this topic far better than I think probably any of us on the board in terms of the history. But I think when you said, if we all agree we want affordable, dense housing for middle income people, I think that's where maybe, at least from my perspective, this petition doesn't hit that. And I do want to make that a goal for the city, and I think we should do what we can to implement it. But I think that it is not going to result in affordable units. I think you're going to see more conversions, more tear downs. I mean, the two families now are going renovated. A first floor is going on across the street from me. Just went on the market for $1.6 million. So, there's 2 units in that building. I don't know what the other one would go for, but one would assume more. I don't know that they'll get it, but that's what they put it on for. So the thought that just because you've got 6 units in a building that maybe started at $750,000 doesn't mean that they're going to stay there. And is $750,000 really affordable for middle income people? I don't know the answer to that, but it seems it seems a little unlikely to me. But even if it is right now, it's not going to stay that way. So I think without requiring some level of affordability, these projects, and just leaving it to the market, that we aren't going to be able to achieve what we're hoping to. I don't have a problem with the density. I think, it's true. The two families, there are 6 family buildings all over the city, and they coexist. That young woman was saying about, the small house next to the larger building. I mean, that's what Cambridge is like. So I really don't have an issue with having multifamily housing in other districts in the city that have been traditionally single and 2 family. But I think we're kidding ourselves if we think that it's going to be affordable, because it won't. be if you just leave it to the development world. I think it's really critical, if this is an important for the city, that we think of a way, whether it's more public assistance or whatever, to ensure that there is some way that the prices are set at a certain level, or that there's a level of subsidy or something. But otherwise, we're just going to keep making it a denser city with more and more rich people moving in, is my thought. So,
okay. So I actually go to my plan now.
Okay, sorry. my apologies.
No, I mean, I appreciate it, Mary. I just, honestly, we had a very lengthy discussion about these issues last time, and I think a very good discussion. And I think the staff has summarized it well. And I really like to, since we are supposed to get to another zoning petition yet tonight, I would like to go through those 10 points and see if there are any changes we need to make to them and any additions we'd like to make other than the request for the law department to weigh in on what is and is not in scope. Yes, Ted.
Well, I understand what you want to do, and I applaud our doing this as expeditiously as possible. But having agreed to hear the presentation about the amendments, I mean, it seems to me we ought to, and if the agreement was based in part by the representation that the ordinance committee wanted to hear some comments we had about them, then I think we need to comment about them, because, while I agree with virtually everything that Nico said, I think some of the proposed amendments are actually contradictory to what he said and what he would like to see occur in Cambridge. And so I think those need to be called out.
Okay.
And
so I agree. Again, I think that those can be things that we tweak in the existing draft, or if they do not fit into anything in the existing draft, we can add those comments at the end. I completely agree, Ted, that having heard the presentation and comments on it, we should include any opinions we have on those amendments in our communication. All right. So our first bullet here is all board members recognize the importance of encouraging a diversity of housing typologies in Cambridge, including those that reflect the existing development patterns in the city. Does anyone have any change to that bullet? Many, but not all, members of the board expressed support for allowing multifamily residential uses in all zoning districts with the appropriate dimensional controls. Some board members noted the history of zoning as a tool of race and class exclusion and questioned why the city should continue to make multifamily housing illegal in many areas given this legacy of discrimination. Some board members were more comfortable allowing up to 3 family residential uses citywide, but were concerned about larger buildings. This might be an area where there are changes that we want to add or language that we'd like to add to that bullet based on what we've heard tonight or based on other things. So does anyone have any comments on that bullet?
Yes, Steve, sort of a principle, that sounds good, but the critical word was with reasonable dimensional controls. And that's really the issue. What are the reasonable controls? I don't think any of us would object having a 2-unit or a 3-unit in what has been traditionally a single family neighborhood, if in fact the dimensional restrictions and controls were such so that it would be consistent with the patterns in the neighborhood, or it wouldn't be totally jarring or offensive, or with the neighborhood. it's easy to support a statement like that in principle without any meat on the bones.
But that is what we have. I mean, one of the things we went around for several hours last time about and discovered was that, this board is unlikely, unless people have radically changed their opinions, to come to a consensus on all elements of this proposal, either as amended or currently done. And so what we are forwarding, a recommendation, but a report on what the various board member points of view are, admittedly, Steve, without details on what those dimensional controls should be or some such thing, and with caveats like many but not all board members. But again, if someone has radically changed their view in the last 5 weeks, which is certainly possible, then we can certainly entertain something that would be more of a recommendation of some sort. But my impression, based on our discussion last time, was that we were not going to get to a recommendation.
Well, we'll all agree on reasonable. We might not agree what the definition of reasonable is.
Well, and again, Steve, that comment is many but not all board members of the board express support for allowing with appropriate dimensional controls. So it's not saying that all board members agree with that. Do board members have any changes they want to make to that, given that the proponent has suggested that it would be limited to 3-family? They would be open to having to changing it to. Let me get this right. No, I'm wrong. Okay. It's all right. I had gotten confused about the 3-family versus the 125 FAR. All right. So any changes to that overall finding? Hearing none. All right, next bullet is some board members. Yep, Ted?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, I wonder whether the many but not all is accurate, and whether it's possible we could say all members of the board express support for allowing multifamily.
Would be nice if someone have the caveats. So I can't support it everywhere if I don't know what the controls are.
Well, it does have caveats. It's again, it says members of the board express support for allowing multifamily residential uses in all zoning district with the appropriate dimensional controls.
That's the problem. Wow, they and this is hard to support without knowing exactly. This is a pretty hard and fast business.
Okay, so Ted, I don't think we have the support to say all. I personally, I wish we did, but that was, yep. Mary, you're muted.
I'm wondering if I know it's still not going to give Lou the specifics in terms of control, but if we put in something about affordability in there, does that get more palatable?
So there are bullets on the affordability question further down.
Okay, well then we'll just wait for that then. Thank you.
Okay. Some board members questioned how well the petition aligns with the city's political and planning objectives. They noted that that attention should be paid to studying what we actually need and how to get it. And they noted that the scale of change proposed by the petition requires careful measuring. Other board members noted that studies are not always conclusive and can delay action. I think that accurately reflects the mix of opinions in this board of folks who would like additional study versus some who feel some action is needed at this time without delay. But if board members want to make changes to that, we can certainly discuss. Okay. Some board members were concerned that the outcome of implementing the amendments identified in the petition would not meet the goals of the petition. Some board members were unclear about what the goals of the petition are. Some board members believe that the proposal focused more on building size than housing affordability. Others noted that the petitioners appeared to be interested in reducing the amount of non-conforming buildings and uses. I would suggest here that we make note that the petitioner has, in their suggested amendments, clarified some of their goals, but has not seen it as appropriate or furthering of their goals to make affordability a requirement. Any other changes or thoughts on that section?
I would only take this moment to make the comment that any new housing to be built and sold in the city of Cambridge at market prices is going to be sold at prices approaching $1,000 a foot. If that's the goal that people have, if that's their definition of desirable, affordable housing, wonderful. That's what you're going to get. Lots of new, smaller units that are selling at $1,000 a foot. That will be in the $1.5 million range. If those are the people that we're seeking to accommodate here, then this will be very successful.
Well, Steve, that segues nicely into the next bullet, which reads, some board members raised concerns regarding the limited availability of the petition to provide middle-income housing given the economic realities of the real estate market in Cambridge, and that without affordability restrictions, it would likely result in higher priced rate housing. They noted that the creation of additional units of housing could end up satisfying demand for higher income housing seekers rather than the income housing seekers that the petition attempts to target.
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Ted?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the previous bullet point.
Sure.
Sorry, because I believe being unclear about the goals of the petition, I think some of the goals are more clearly expressed in some of the amendments they talked about tonight, and that they ought to be called out somewhere. Specifically, the petition seemed, to my mind, obsessed with the issue of size of units, that smaller units are always better than larger units. And certainly that addresses, one element of the population, but does not address all of the needs of the population. I mean, I and the rest of the board have been lobbying for years for family-sized units. And this does not seem to address that. The proposed amendments don't seem to address that, and they also don't seem to address the needs of growing families and the desires of families for certain types of housing that they may prefer the undetached house. I mean, the petition clearly prefers larger size structures with small units versus the possibility of smaller size structures, which this board has been promoting generally when we've been dealing with infills. And this is where I think it goes back to Nico's comments. If he is suggesting that there ought to be a mix of housing types for all types of people who want different types of housing, then this petition does not seem to me to be fulfilling that goal. And that, you know, I think they have specific goals that are not necessarily the goals of everyone in Cambridge, and not necessarily the goals of every person who needs affordable and middle income housing.
Okay. Lou?
I guess I can probably just agree with Ted. I don't think this petition was ever directed towards affordability of any kind. It completely skirts the inclusionary rule all the time. Its clickbait name really kind of got to me after I read the name and then read through the petition. It had nothing to do with middle income or middle anything. And at some point, I do think that this is a certain percentage of the population in Cambridge that's trying to carve out a niche for themselves, and that's not what this is about. This should be for all the population of our city. So it's troublesome. It doesn't address any of these concerns.
Okay. Nico?
Just in response to Ted, I guess, I think we're comparing, I think the missing middle ordinance is suffering from two comparisons at this point. So one is the comparison to ideal zoning in Cambridge, and one is comparison to existing zoning in Cambridge. And so a lot of the criticisms that are coming up are in comparison to ideal zoning. And I think the creation of multifamily, 3-bedroom apartments for families and affordable 3-bedroom apartments for families is super important. Completely agree. I've always been with you when you've advocated for it, and I really appreciate how you've advocated for that with new construction. But I guess my question is that goal achieved through existing zoning? And if it's not achieved through existing zoning, I don't think it's a fair criticism of this proposal to the extent that it will improve on existing zoning, even if it won't meet the ideal for what we would like land use controls in Cambridge to be. Ted, you just muted yourself.
I understand what you're saying, and there are lots of things about this ordinance that I really agree with and really support. And I would say it's mostly the amendments that were given to us just recently that were discussed today that give me more pause about it, because some of them are, I think, aimed at preventing some of the types of housing that I would like to see and that I think other people would like to see. And so, rather than simply being, we're allowing this, at the same time it's saying we're preventing or discouraging that. And that's where I have trouble with some of these amendments.
Like which amendment?
Well, certainly I think the idea that, larger structures are better than smaller structures, and maybe it is justifiable on construction costs. I don't know. I'm not an expert on that. The concept that any infill has to have, or it is preferable to have multi-units, and that there's actually, it seemed to me, a penalty, or was not allowed to have a smaller number of units than what people may wish to have. And certainly the provisions about going from, say, a two-family to a single family, which clearly is clearly is beyond the scope of the original petition, and may indeed be outside the scope of Chapter 40A, which generally does not permit zoning to regulate the interior of a structure. In this instance, we're assuming that two-family houses, single-family houses are both allowed in the same district, but to actually penalize those houses from being changed, it seems to me is not an appropriate matter for this to be addressing. Families differ, families grow. Families may start out wanting a two-family because they need rent to help them pay for the mortgage, and then over time may decide that they need to recoup that space for their own expanding family, or to change it into some sort of other unit. I realize the issues we have of losing housing, and that I don't think is necessarily the point of view of all the members of this board or of the population of Cambridge as a whole.
So that's helpful. And I'm looking at the proposed amendments right now. So they're all numbered. And as I understand the basis for our discussion of these amendments, it sounds like these are suggestions and something of a grab bag of suggestions in response to public comment over the past 5 weeks. So I think given the both procedural posture that we're reviewing these amendments, as well as the petitioner's commitment to the amendments, perhaps it would be helpful to distinguish which amendments we most object to as a board, or which we think would not satisfy the legal requirements of out-of-scope amendments, so that we can signal that we don't think that these are appropriate for discussion and cross them off, and then address the remainder of the amendments in terms of thinking through the 10 bullet points.
Okay. That is, I'm certainly open to that if that would help clarify things for board members. It's certainly the existence of the amendments, and as Nico noted, the kind of procedural posture of them does complicate matters. So if we want to go through the 9 amendments and just say which ones we think need to be referred to the law department to determine whether or not they're within scope, we can do that. Does that, or board members, does that, would that help other board members as well? Hugh.
So I'm very, very frustrated by this discussion because I think we're asking all the wrong questions and talking with each other. I don't see how I can contribute anything to this kind of a discussion. I've studied the amendments. I've studied how it differs from the original proposal, using a particular one site that's under redevelopment right now as an example. The to some surprises when you do that. For example, the provision that you can only have 6,000 square feet of building on a site. I think that's in number 1, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
Yeah. That has some very weird consequences. And it's the bigger your lot is, the lower your FAR.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that constitutes uniform zoning, frankly. It's a non-uniform and probably doesn't meet the standard of play. Yet in my study of this particular site and redevelopment, that's the most powerful thing that makes the proposals anywhere near reasonable in my point of view. And in a way, that's because that particular site is quite large. The larger your site is, the more draconian that particular thing is. So I don't know. I'm very, very frustrated here because I think we don't know what to do. We don't know how to address the issues that we're trying to address. We've identified kind of what they are, but we don't know what to do about them. And I think that's because nobody knows what to do about them. To flail around sort of at random, trying things out, is bound to have unintended consequences, and they're bound to be worse than what we've got now. But if we don't do anything at all, we know what's happening. The city's becoming less and less affordable as the demand goes up and up and the prices go up and up. I'm accustomed to a planning board that looks at a question and says, this is the right thing to do. That's not what we're doing in this. We're saying, well, it doesn't make a lot of sense to us in 10 different ways. And some of us agree with all 10, some of us agree with some of them, some, it's like, how does that help the city council? I'm sorry, I'm ranting.
It is a tough petition. There's no doubt about it, Hugh, and it is particularly tough when the board is so split on so many different aspects of it. So I share your frustration, and if I knew a better way to conduct this conversation, I would be happy to. Tom, we have not heard from you yet this evening. Do you have some wisdom to add to this?
Well, I'm sure I don't have any wisdom to add, and I apologize for coming late. So, but I am a city planner, and as are you. And to Hugh's and other people's questions, and also to the dilemma that's before us. Lee Ferris came up with a list of things that she thought maybe we should study. I had started my own list and said, I don't know the economic truth about this. We heard lots that it's going to be more expensive housing, that it's a rush to profit. Others saying that actually this could have a remarkable effect on supply and demand, and therefore change the value of housing. I don't know. I guess I could see that either way. I'd sure like somebody to try to put a ruler on that and figure that out. And it doesn't have to take a lot of time. It could be modeled. And as Ferris said, we'll ask the developers. Let's poll them. I am concerned about demolishing existing buildings. I happen to like old buildings. I think that the heritage of this community is something that's worth saving. But not all buildings need to remain. So there needs to be some rules or guidelines around that. That was her points. She said parking should be pervious. I think that's a detail that could be studied. It's simply a targeted analysis of the as it stands, some planning around it. And I think we should set some kind of reasonable timeline around that. But I think you started correctly going through the bullet points. The consensus here is that on this board that by and large that multifamily housing should be allowed in all districts. But I think it should be tested.
Actually, I was going to say something, but I want to pick up with the last line that we just heard, that it should be tested. We can all agree on certain goals and aspirations, but to make such sweeping changes across the entire city without any real clear picture of what the consequences would be, just seems so reckless and irresponsible. And it's not the way the sort of thought process and law process that a board like ours should be acting. So I'm thinking through, well, what would be a more reasonable and responsible and rational approach? And it strikes me that it would make sense to designate an area, a district, a zone, a portion of the city, not the entire city, just a portion of the city, and you enact certain new rules and regulations and possibilities in that test area, and we give it a few years. And we see what actually happens. We see what the developers actually do. We see what things happen and what things change. We determine and observe what we like, which we then might want to expand. We also might observe things that we find to be problematic. And in laws like this, there are always unexpected consequences, and we learn about that, and we try to, revise the law and amend it before we expand it beyond, that test area. I think that would be a rational and reasonable and an appropriate approach to addressing this sort of political issues that we are interested and concerned about here. To do this sort of sweeping change here across the country, this is going to be a free-for-all. We have no idea how it's going to play out. We just, cross our fingers and hope good things happen. I think that is totally irresponsible. It's not the way this board should be acting. It's certainly not the sort of irresponsible approach that I could support.
So I am struck by how much of this goes back to things that staff summarized from our last discussion, where we have another bullet point here. Some members suggested that the multifamily residential uses could be allowed citywide by special in parallel with a time-constrained study process that analyzes the effect of allowing such uses as of right. We could expand that to include, some board members think a test area is appropriate. Some board members, and I count myself among them, think that it is equally reckless to continue down the path of no change. That we are doing harm by not changing things just as much as we would, it is just as much a choice to choose to do no change as it is to change things. But we can add to the list of things that City Council might consider as ways of addressing this. But, I think, again, another area where some board members feel like we need more study, more test, more analysis, go out and see how it works in certain neighborhoods. And some board members feel like we need to do something now. All right, having kind of circled around on this, I'm going to go through the last few bullet points that are in the existing draft. And then I do think it makes sense for us to walk through the amendments and say which ones we think specifically need legal advice on whether or not they're out of scope or are otherwise beyond the pale. So skipped around here a bit. Oh, I missed one was some board members raised concerns about whether the proposed dimensional requirements were appropriate. In particular, some board members noted that the petition could result in tree loss and rear yard infill development that impacts adjacent residents. We could note that the suggested 30% open space may help address that. But that would need to be further examined. Any other changes to that bullet? Okay. Eliminating one we haven't even touched on yet this evening. Some board members were comfortable with eliminating minimum parking requirements, but requested further analysis. Others were concerned about how such an action could impact parking availability in the city. I don't think we've heard anything tonight that would change that, but if there are board members who want to add or revise either of those kind of points on the parking? No. All right, and then the last, yep, Nico.
Can we just, I think this is a change both for this bullet as well as some of the previous bullets.
Okay.
But can we add, like, some board members are enthusiastic about eliminating minimum parking requirements, and some board members are enthusiastic about spreading multifamily housing. I think the some board members and the volume of the some board members is one-sided. And so I would like to balance that with enthusiasm.
Okay. I think that is.
Are you going to ask who's enthusiastic?
No, I mean, I don't. I think some. I think it is not inappropriate to note that we have a range of opinions on this board, some of which are very enthusiastically in support of or against some of these measures, and that can be reflected in the communication to the City Council. Hugh?
So at number 12 Fayette Street, which is the slide I studied, there are presently 3 dwelling units and I believe at least 3 parking spaces. The provisions of the original ordinance would allow up to 17 units. On Fayette Street at night, there's a handful of empty spaces. Sometimes there aren't any. This is only a single lot on the street. There are probably 6 or 8 lots that could be redeveloped. I don't see anyone on this board in their right mind would say you can add a demand for 30 or 40 parking spaces, something where the resource is 1/10 as much. I think the problem is that allowing 500 square foot mini units is a huge mistake. But I'm arguing the point. yes, some people are enthusiastic. I cannot understand why anybody's enthusiastic when it's perfectly obvious to me that if this should happen to a single lot that is an abutter to an abutter of mine, it would cause real havoc. No oversight. It makes no sense.
As a resident of Fayette Street, I support that.
And I think you're right also, we're doing this petitioner's work. Well, why should we be filling in all the blanks? I don't understand. We're just helter-skelter working through this. It's not complete. It's not ready to go anywhere. This is
Again,
very difficult.
Yeah, we are tasked with forwarding a communication to City Council. So we are trying to do a communication that reflects the diverse opinions on this board. I think that we are doing the best we can with what we have, and what we have is a diversity of opinions. So I appreciate that. Some people think that having eliminating minimum parking requirements is absurd. Others of us think it's the future, and the truth may lie somewhere in between. So I think that the bullet that staff came up with, that some board members were comfortable with this, but requested a further analysis, where others were concerned about how an action could impact parking availability in the city, accurately reflects the range of opinions on this board.
Yeah, those people who own cars or who need cars have one view, and those who don't have cars or who don't need cars have a different view. That's wonderful.
I think that's not accurate, Steve. I both own a car and, in non-COVID times, commute in it daily. So I don't think it is accurate to say that it is an issue of car ownership. It is a difference in view. Yes, Hugh.
I would submit that on the 10 bullets, we don't have a single bullet that we're saying it's ready for you to enact.
That is correct.
I think, so to me, that says we recommend against enacting. It's that simple.
I would agree with you that we should give this a negative recommendation.
I agree.
Well, if someone wants to, I do not agree. So, but if there are people who want to forward that recommend, there is nothing saying that a recommendation from the board has to be unanimous. Mary. Still muted, Mary.
Thank you, Catherine. I think we could, I think what all of this shows is that there are differing opinions, but there are some areas where there's agreement, and I think people agree on the fact that, as we've said, that having different housing types across the city is something that we're interested in. We're interested in affordability, and we don't think this petition does it, right? So we're not saying completely throw everything out. We're saying, as drafted, this doesn't work.
Yeah, but Mary, some of us are saying, as drafted, it is still better than doing nothing.
Right. Well, I understand that, but the question is, how fast is somebody going to go out and do this? I mean, it's not going to happen tomorrow anyway. So does it really hurt anybody to take another 3 months, say, to try to figure out, like, between the amendments and maybe some modeling of certain areas of the city and what it means? And again, what is the priority for the affordability piece? Is it really just a question of providing more housing, increasing the number of units and density so that more people can live here? Or do we want to preserve some level of affordability for middle income residents. So I think there are sort of some key questions that we have to agree that that's the purpose of this. And, and the petitioner may not agree with what that purpose should be, in which case, then we vote how we feel. But I don't think that it's going to take that long to sort of figure something out, which is back to what Tom was saying earlier. I mean, it seems to me that, you could look at this, you could look at Hugh's idea of what would happen if you kind of did C1 across the city. I'm not saying postpone it for years. I'm just saying, I think that most of us have some real concerns about this petition. I understand what people are saying about something has to happen, and I agree, but I do think we can do it pretty quickly.
Okay.
Well, there was indication, we had the hearing in March and we had these concerns. And I would say the principal concern that I think most all of us were in favor of saying you could have multifamily
Yes.
housing in every district in the city, but we're concerned that either we would end up with just McMansions, or that it would have an extremely negative impact on the affordable housing overlay, and presumably the proponents met with CDD on it several occasions, and came up with what they thought were appropriate amendments. So I'm wondering whether staff has anything to add about, I mean, I can't calculate what's going to happen, if it's, GFA is less than 6,000 square feet and GFA is less than 1,500 square feet per unit. I mean, Hugh has indicated that it may give you bizarrely different results than what you anticipated. So I'm wondering if staff has any additional comments, having presumably looked at this to some extent in the intervening several weeks, and whether they could share that with us now, or whether they think this is just a huge question that will require a fairly extensive study, and hopefully in a very short period of time.
So this is Jeff. That's a question coming to me, and I'll let Iram fill in too, because I know she's been part of some discussions as well. So we meet with the petitioners. I think Ted's explanation of it is pretty good, so I won't dwell on that too much. That the petitioners were particularly concerned about those points about the potential for people using the proposed zoning and having that result in larger size units, which wasn't the original intent, and also how it interacts with the affordable housing overlay, which the petitioners looked at from sort of one angle, I think, which is the angle that affordable housing overlay developments are likely to be somewhat larger in terms of being, larger multi-unit buildings. And so the intent, I think, of these amendments or the suggestions is to put that size limit on a building, which I think, as was pointed out, and I think we also point out to the petitioners, it does kind of hit that particular issue head on. It hits a fairly narrow issue head on, but it also potentially creates some other issues when you're looking at range of different scenarios where it might play out. So I think that what I would say, I guess, is that the suggestions they're tailored to very particular issues. I don't think that they necessarily cover the full range of issues that the planning board had raised in the previous discussion, which were a little bit more broad-based. And if I could, I don't want to dwell on this too long. I do think it's helpful as we get into these conversations. I think based on some things that Hugh and also what Nico said about really trying to focus the discussion on what is it that the zoning is trying to achieve. it's maybe helpful to break down. There are really 7. If you look at it with the amendments, there's some sort of kind of fundamental points, zoning points that this petition raises. One is the one that we sort of keep coming back to of multifamily housing, and should multifamily housing be allowed in all residential zoning districts. There's also the question of, should all residential zoning districts be zoned effectively the same? So as you go to residential districts in East Cambridge, West Cambridge, the middle of Cambridge, should that all be uniform? That's one of the things that this petition is suggesting. We haven't really focused on specifically, but it's a really key question. There's the question of density, and should there be greater density allowed in order to retain more units? And looking at residence C1 framework, I think is sort of helpful, as Hugh suggested. Should density be more than what the residence 1 calls for? Or should it be, somewhere somewhat higher than that in order to enable different kinds of housing? That's part of the question. And the suggestion with these amendments kind of adds a wrinkle to that, which is, in addition to should there be greater density, should there be some sort of tightening up to limit or discourage larger sized units and encourage smaller sized units? So that's kind of point 4. Point 5 is, open space and setback requirements. Should we continue to have restrictive open space and setback requirements? We talked about the purpose of having those requirements and how it serves certain goals, but there is also a trade-off in terms of housing and what can be produced. There's the parking question, which we just talked about a minute ago. And then the question, which, the petitioners have said deliberately they thought about and is not included of affordability requirements, that if you go beyond a certain density, with a non-inclusionary project, would there be consideration of affordability requirements? That was an issue that came up at the city council's discussion. So the broad universe of things, these suggested amendments really, they target, I think, the issue of density and how that gets calibrated, and it does it in some complicated ways, which we can get into if we really want to go down a rabbit hole, or we could just talk about it in broad terms. Is there value in limiting size of units or sort of average size of units so that you don't end up with larger, kind of mansion style housing? And then similarly on the open space question, that's another one that the petitioners have really focused on with this amendment, is like looking, rather than relaxing open space requirements, keeping open space requirements at about their current level, that it would promote more open space preservation and development of that. So does that help answer? Does that help put a little bit of a frame around this? I'm sorry, I'll go to Iram too, because I know that she had some discussions, and also the housing team had some discussions.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I thought that Jeff's breaking down into 7 issue areas is really very much to the point. And if we go and talk about those issue areas as these are the goals, this is what we're trying to accomplish, I think we'd be much more likely to come to consensus. Which I think our job is to try to come to consensus. Always. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Not at all. Thank you, Catherine. And I do appreciate the last comment, Hugh, about the board attempting to reach consensus, because I do believe that the board's recommendations are of greatest utility to the ordinance committee when they see some sort of common theme that they can get behind. And while it is useful in situations where there is a lot of divided opinion to be presenting that, I think then it doesn't necessarily help the ordinance committee in advancing their thinking or knowing that this is the opinion of the planning board. So that said, I think in tough situations, there's bound to be multiple opinions. The only thing, and Jeff may have said this, because unfortunately my sound just went out right as we went to Jeff. So forgive me if I'm repeating something that he may have already said in the earlier part. But we did speak a couple of times with the proponents, including with our housing division staff, Chris Cotter, Cassie Arden, and others, with the intention of really exploring and trying to make sure that that we would minimize the interaction or the negative interaction between this petition and the affordable housing overlay. And I think, you know, to some degree, whenever there is a increase in density allowance, which is essentially what the incentive we were trying to provide through the affordable housing overlay for 100% affordable housing buildings. Whenever there is an increase in zoning, it's bound to have an sort of reduce that delta that we were trying to create, and thus potentially negatively impact the overlay benefit that was trying to be provided. The place where we landed is that, if as long as we have large sites, there's a lot of economy of scale for affordable housing builders to be focusing on those larger sites. But that's not always the case. We don't always have large sites available, and we have in the city done smaller affordable housing buildings as well in the past. And so, but there is, based on funding availability, there is typically when you go down to lower numbers, at about 6 units or so is where affordable housing starts to become feasible. But you still want to have some distinction. So, doing a five units by as of right for market rate is definitely going to interfere. So we talked through that and recognize that you can minimize, you can't 100% exclude the interaction, you can minimize it. And so based on the experience of Kathy and Chris and thinking through what the history has been over the last several years, the 6,000 is where we thought would be a reasonable place to land in terms of limiting the impact on the affordable housing overlay. So I would say that we feel that that's a good place to be. In terms of some of the other points, I think it would be probably the easiest way to think about it would be that if there is a way to say you can achieve the higher density if you do these things that are intended, and you don't get that higher density in other circumstances. So whether it be multiple units as opposed to one large unit, like that was something that I think we did feel some concern about across multiple departments, CDD, that there is some evidence that there are, and this is a correlation rather than there's no causation because the data is not that granular, but our family sizes are not larger, but there is some amount of trend towards people consolidating units and creating larger units in existing buildings. So not to say that that is the preponderance of what is happening, but that is certainly happening in the city. And so there was a concern that if you just allow the larger density without having some way to ensure that there would be multiple units, that you could end up in some odd circumstances with very, very large units. So, not suggesting that the solutions are necessarily optimal, but those were certainly concerns that we heard in the community and from, I'd say from counselors and the board, but that was something also echoed by staff. So those were just a couple of things that I wanted to add to what Jeff had said. And hopefully I haven't repeated too much.
Thanks, Aram. Okay. What would the board like to do at this point?
This is Steve. It seems to me within the city generally, and certainly within this board, there is great concern about affordable housing and a desire and commitment to do something about the housing issues in this city. I personally have advocated certain things in this board over the years. Perhaps others have other ideas. I think it makes a lot of sense for us to devote time and energy and thought and to come up with ideas and solutions. I don't think that, focusing arbitrarily, from my perspective, arbitrarily on a third-party proposal is necessarily the best way for this board to think through, focus on, come up with creative and effective ideas and approaches. I don't think that this is necessarily the best way for us to express our interest and our commitment and to come up with a proposal and a solution. Forgive me, I've said this several times in the past, and today seems to be a particularly appropriate moment for me to say it again. I think that we should, as a board, we are the, quote, planning board. I feel that we, as a board, should start our own process to define the issue, define the goals, to generate ideas and options, and to make a recommendation to the city. And we're busy. It's hard to find the time and energy to do it. We have so many applications that are thrown at us. But if we all believe that this is an important issue and goal, I think that we should find the time and energy to discuss it and to debate it and to make a recommendation. I think to just react kind of arbitrary to a third party proposal is simply an inefficient and inappropriate approach for us to address an issue that we apparently do care about and would like to do something. So in terms of this proposal, I laud them for the issue and concern and the goals that they have. I don't think in substance that this is the right approach, and I don't think in process that this is the right approach. I think if we really care about this, that we should devote the time and energy, this board, with the benefit of staff, of course, to go through a process and analysis and generate our own proposal.
Okay, so to summarize, Steve, and I want to make sure that what you would like to do tonight on the proposal that is before us is to forward a negative recommendation.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
But I don't want anybody in the city to misunderstand my personal view or this board's view if we take that position that we are not interested in and committed to the affordable housing.
I'm just trying to figure out a way to get to the end of this meeting tonight. That's all, Steve. I'm not trying to minimize your concern or dedication to affordable housing and particularly to middle income housing. Has been a long passion of yours on the board.
Yes.
I certainly appreciate that, and you have. And repeatedly admonished us to take up things of our own initiative and initiate those planning studies. I don't want to minimize that, but I am mindful of the fact that it is also our responsibility to act on those petitions that come before us.
So
and so I want to figure out where we go from here on this one.
Yeah, that's correct. And what you said is correct. As for this one, I would not support this.
All right. Other suggestions on how we might move forward?
I'm just going to clarify again. I probably don't have to, but I'm going to err on the side of do no harm. I think there's a possibility in here, or probability actually, to do quite a bit of harm. And it seems like a lot of wasted effort to get to this point after all this time. And I don't know how it gets here and it is in this kind of condition. We're trying to do the right thing for the city, and it just doesn't fit any of those parameters. It's no affordability, no ownership units. No one talks about ownership units. We're not even sure if this actually can be done under 48. It just seems like a waste that all this effort was put into this, and I don't think it's going to go anywhere from here anyway. I think we should have a negative recommendation.
Okay. Hugh?
I just wanted to second Steve's suggestion. We've had a lot of success in the city with citizen plus staff task forces to address particular issues. Sometimes those have taken way too long. Sometimes the problems are very difficult, but I've been on such boards that have done their work in 6 months. I think that's what we should recommend to the council, that before they proceed, we go through that process to come up with a reasonable proposal that represents the betterment of a bunch of interested parties, including the proponents of this petition.
Okay. Nico?
So I think the original petition is worth sending forward with a positive recommendation. I think below that preference, I would prefer to send along the 10 bullet points that we have with more enthusiasm, while also going through the amendments that we think would work under 40A, and for the amendments that would work under 40A, whether we support the amendments or not. And failing that, well, I guess those are actually just the two things I would support.
Okay. Ted?
Well, I mean, in general, I agree with what Steve said, and that we have done that many times in the past. We've probably an initial rejection of some proposal led in part to Envision Cambridge. I think rejection or negative recommendation of the green factor led to the climate resiliency task force. And I too think that there are a lot of issues that need to be hashed out rather than just simply adopting this. On the other hand, I agree with most everything that Nico has said, and I think we have a moral obligation and responsibility as a city to address what happened in the past, and that I don't want something to be symbolic and not work. I think that would be a worse situation. But I am, really conflicted by this. I think if we're not addressing, racial and economic inequality that's existed for a long time, I would feel very comfortable saying, okay, Steve, you're right, let's just go forward and give a negative recommendation. I mean, if we do that, I think it ought to be phrased in, the planning board really thinks that this ought to be addressed and done, as quickly as possible, and that, the board really supports the concept of allowing multifamily dwellings and other provisions to promote affordable housing and middle-income housing in all areas of the city as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Madam Chair, it's Tom Holing.
Yeah, I kind of was, and I was waiting to see whether you or Mary spoke first.
See.
I'll let Tom go first.
Okay, well, I have some enthusiasm for the proposal, and but that, so I for the reasons that Ted so eloquently and Nico have articulated, I believe there's an ethical reason, a moral reason to move this forward with a strong recommendation. I think the mechanics of it, and as Steve, my member Steve often says, the unintended consequences, the mechanics of it need to be understood more deeply, and rapidly. I don't think we can wait too long. And so I would forward it with a recommendation, a positive and enthusiastic recommendation for the essence of this proposal, with the further recommendation that we understand very quickly what the potential implications are, measure them, do some planning around it. But the intent of it is really well founded and laudable. That's where I am.
Okay. Mary?
I think it still needs to be clarified. I think what we want is what, and again, I refer back to what Nico said later was, I don't have it in front of me now, but it was basically family units across the city that would be affordable. And this petition doesn't give us that. So getting back to Jeff's summary, maybe the thing to do is sort of like lay out those 7 objectives and sort of the trade-offs, and then say, I think what I had said before is I would give it a negative recommendation as currently drafted, and then say that we are all in agreement as to the goals of wanting to allow for multifamily units across the city that are affordable and help to keep middle income tenants in the city. I don't see any benefit to just giving people increased density to build more units, period. To me, there needs to be, if you're going to get a density bump, then you need to be giving something to the city. So again, I think whether you say it's a positive recommendation or a negative recommendation, the essence from my point of view just has to be that the way it's currently drafted doesn't quite hit the nail on the head, and we need to have a limited period of time to refine the thinking about the major objectives of the petition and then figure out the mechanics.
Okay. You?
So let me sweeten the deal a little bit. First, we used Jeff's 7 points in a way as the agenda for the working group. Work on those 7 issues, and when you get the answer, you're ready. Don't try to reinvent the whole wheel, but narrow it down. Secondly, as an interim measure, extend the residence C1 zoning to the A and B districts. And see what happens. But you know, if we finish talking within a year, not much will happen. But at least there will have been a statement of principle that the city makes through its elected officials of equity.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I see a couple of possibilities in terms of action tonight. We could move forward. It sounds like there's probably a majority of the board who could vote a negative recommendation, hopefully reflecting the kind of broad and diverse discussion that this board has had, but noting the failings of the petition from their point of view. Or as an alternative, we could continue this hearing, which, God, it pains me to say that. But I mean, I take your point seriously, and here would be the point of continuing the hearing. We could do 2 things that both of which I think have some value. I wouldn't even be putting it on the table if I didn't think so. One is we could in fact get an opinion from the law department as to what could be included in an amendment, or whether or not it needs to be refiled. We could get some clarity on that aspect of things. And the second is we could actually go through, which I do not think we could possibly do tonight, these 7 elements that Jeff has laid out this evening of kind of what are the elements of this petition, and see which of those 7 we might be able to actually get consensus on. Because there might be some that we as a board can agree, yes on this one, no, we don't have agreement on that one. And to the extent we could give the council any direction, any of those, there might be some value on it. Now, we might not get there. We might spend another evening like this going through those 7 and finding that no, in fact, we are continuing to be of diverse opinions, and a majority of the board says, yes to these 3 and no to those 4, and it's not the same majority in each of them. I don't know, but it is conceivably a worthwhile exercise. But I also see some value, frankly, in saying if it is the will of the majority of the board, closing the discussion on the petition as it exists today and saying, go figure out, as has been said, this board values affordable housing and making it achievable, multifamily affordable housing and making it achievable throughout Cambridge. We intend and would strongly urge the council to convene a task force to achieve that goal in a time-limited kind of fashion. But the proposal on the table today, the majority of the board feels does not achieve those goals, or does so at great risk of unknown consequences. So those are kind of the 2 potential paths I see forward. And I guess I'd be interested if there's any appetite for the continuing, or if board members do just want to kind of close the book on this proposal and ask the council to convene a task force on the topic as a whole. Steve.
Well, as I said, I certainly advocate for making a negative recommendation on this proposal. As for the task force, gosh, we have lots of task forces. I guess I was suggesting that this board generate a proposal. We've devoted a lot of time to this. We're a fairly diverse group with different diverse experience and expertise. We've all expressed interest and commitment to the issue. I think that it would be productive for us to devote some time and energy and see what we could come up with. I would be productive. I think we could come up something that would really work, that would be beneficial for the city. All of our free time.
Ted?
I'm just curious, when is the ordinance committee taking this up again?
I don't, this is Jeff. I don't believe it's been scheduled yet. At least I haven't received notice of it yet.
When does it expire, Jeff?
It'll be 90 days from April 8th. I think that's July 7th.
Okay, thanks.
July 7th is what the website says.
I think we should close the book on this tonight.
Okay. I'm not hearing a whole lot of support for continued discussion, which again, like as much as it was an option that occurred to me. God knows, I can also appreciate that we're not getting any greater clarity with another night of discussion. Ted, did you want to say something further?
No, I was.
You know, it's not a simple issue where you have a quick discussion and say, okay, this is the solution. It's a complex issue with a lot of ins and outs and consequences and risks, and I think that it's an issue which warrants some serious time and thought and energy on the part of this board and our staff.
Nico?
Yeah, so I don't think I support continuance.
Okay.
Just because I don't think it would be productive.
I understand.
I think I sort of agree with you about the general tenor of the board, although it sounds like we're on the fence about whether there's majority in favor of it or against it. And for me, at least, I mean, I obviously support this, but I think given that we're in the middle of a crisis, like this is not a session about what is going to happen if we sit on our hands for 6 months or a year. Like prices are continuing to go up. My former classmates from Ringe are continuing to get displaced and continuing to move out from Cambridge to more affordable cities. And it's the choice to reject this proposal, I think, will be interpreted as an acceptance of the status quo. Even if it's a choice of we don't like this, but we think the status quo is bad. I mean, what we have in front of us is a proposal to fix the status quo in a very good direction. And in the face of, the argument that we can't predict what this will mean in all its dimensions, the zoning ordinance itself was massive to the city. The zoning ordinance restricted the construction of buildings across the city. And it was done under the expectation that, it would change and it would be adjusted if it weren't working properly. And 100 years later, we see that it is not working properly. And I think it has had its test. It has had its test run. The test run is this results in unaffordable housing in Cambridge. And so I think, for the uncertainty on the board about whether the ordinance in front of us is the best ordinance that we can imagine, I don't think this is the best ordinance we can imagine. But I think this is a good ordinance, and I think it is better than what we currently have on the books, which bans the construction of triple deckers across the city. And so I think, I would just encourage the board members on the fence to include the reservations in a positive recommendation, to say, look, we support the goals, which is why we are positively recommending that the city council do something like this. The city council can do what it wants. It can reject it, it can amend it, it can, sit on it for 6 months and create a working group. But I think for us to tell the city council no, send a really harmful message and make it far more difficult to take any positive action toward remedying the housing crisis.
So there's an issue here. We recognize there's an issue, and therefore we should just approve anything that comes along. Because if we don't do that, that gives a bad message. So we don't know how it's going to play out, whether it's going to be good, bad, or indifferent. Could be messy, could be whatever. But because we all agree there's an issue, we just have the right message and support whatever issue comes along.
I don't think that's a fair characterization of what Nico said.
That's kind of what I heard.
He also, Kathleen, it doesn't provide for any affordability at all. It actually skirts the issue as much as possible. We lose the backyards. This is not a livable neighborhood. This is kind of a small group's opinion of what they should have. No one asked the rest of the city. This is just, we're going to do something because it feels good. That's a mistake.
All right. So I think it's clear that this is not going to benefit from further discussion, and I appreciate everyone's comments and thoughtfulness on weighing in on that. In light of that, I would suggest that I would entertain a motion. Jeff.
Before we get to the motion, and I think that I'm okay with you getting there, I just wanted to make one note in terms of the report. What I'm hearing is an assumption that whatever the recommendation is, whether it's a vote for a positive recommendation, a negative recommendation, or neither, that we'd be sending essentially the report that's been drafted. There were a few things that I picked up on from the conversation that we could add in, and I can just kind of go through them quickly, and if there's any sort of objection or clarification, we could get it out now just so that we have the right words to go on the paper. So I heard that there was an interest in potentially pursuing some further study around these issues, and we can be kind of silent as to exactly how that happens, because it sounded like there were different points of view. But I think I didn't hear necessarily opposition to the idea that if this were not adopted, that there should be further study and that the issue should be addressed as quickly as possible, given concerns about the status quo. I heard that there should be some statement of support or enthusiasm from members of the board on certain aspects, and we can certainly, I looked at it, we can certainly change some of the wording to make that clear. that again, this was the same point about the issue of this further moving forward on the issue of allowing multifamily housing is something that should be done quickly, that it should, that there was a suggestion, if board members wanted to include, of taking a simpler approach of taking the residency one district designation and applying that citywide. We could include that just in the context of a suggestion that was made, but not something that the board necessarily voted to recommend. But some speaks to the issue of trying to do something more quickly. And then a point about if this is allowing for more density, there should be something that sort of gives back to the city. I think I heard the point reiterated about affordability, which was already made. And I think the point at the end that even if this is an ideal ordinance, it is preferable in the sense that it allows the type of housing that we would want to see allowed citywide. I don't think that's quite said in those words in the report, so we can incorporate that. Those were the points that I think were points that were made from this discussion. We didn't necessarily get to the amendments, but I think the point about this, except for the point that was raised several times about having the law department look at what's potentially reasonably within the scope of what could be amended to the petition at this point. That's what I've got.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. All right. And does someone want to make a motion?
Steve, I would move that the petition be denied.
Second.
So just to clarify, we're making a recommendation. So you're recommending, you're making a motion that the petition not be adopted.
Yes, I think if in fact we make that a recommendation, that we should add our general support for affordable housing, but we simply don't believe that this is the ideal or appropriate vehicle.
Okay, and so that would be a recommendation not to adopt that would include the report that staff has prepared, but noting that while there is broad support for increasing affordable housing throughout the city, that a majority of the board feels that this is not the right vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And Lou, you seconded that motion to recommend not being adopted.
Correct. And I have a little bit of concern on the comments. This will be fairly straightforward, or it's going to muddy the waters again, that we make these recommendations to the council after we negatively recommend this. I would just please err on the caution about making this sound like we made positive recommendations for this. I think that
I don't think we're making it. I don't think it will be mistaken for a positive recommendation. Hugh?
Just on single items.
Yep.
I think we might also wish to say that we have received compelling testimony, not possible to amend this particular proposal to make it work. That's one of the reasons why we give it a negative recommendation.
Steve, it's your motion. Is that an acceptable addition to your motion?
Sure. So long as we maintain the clear support for affordable housing in general, as you stated.
Okay. And Lou is seconded and affirmed that second as amended. I think then Jeff, we have a roll call vote.
That motion, Lou Bocci,
Yes.
Ted Cohen,
Yes.
Steve Cohen,
Yes.
Mary Flynn,
Yes.
Husel,
Yes.
Tom Sinevich,
No.
Nico Bowie,
No.
Catherine Preston Connolly.
No.
So that is 5 members voting in support and 3 members opposed.
All right. Thank you all very much. I appreciate everyone's hard work on this. It is obviously a very challenging subject. Staff and I had amazingly anticipated that it was possible that this discussion might go past 10 o'clock. And so, Jeff, I believe we're going to open the next hearing and continue it. Is that correct?
That is correct, Catherine. And we discussed it within staff, and we thought that this may sound a little strange, but we thought that the most appropriate thing to do would be to continue it till next week.
Okay.
We do have 2 items on the agenda. We think those might wrap up before 10 o'clock. We don't know for sure, but certainly if this happens again, we could always continue it again.
Okay.
But that would be my suggestion for the this is the cannabis delivery zoning petition, just to be clear.
Yes. All right. So I will go ahead and note the next item on the agenda is the public hearing on the zoning petition by the City Council to amend Articles 2, 4, and 11 of the zoning ordinance of the City of Cambridge to create new land use classifications and associated regulations for cannabis courier establishments and cannabis delivery operators. Is there, Jeff, do I have to do anything other than ask for a motion to continue the hearing?
So a motion to, I guess, to continue the public hearing until to next week. That would be May 18th.
Is there a motion to continue this hearing till May 18th?
Steve, so moved.
Louis
Sarah.
second.
Louis seconds. Roll call vote.
On that motion, Lou Bocci,
Yes.
Ted Cohen,
Yes.
Steve Cohen,
Yes.
Mary Flynn,
Yes.
Hugh Russell,
Yes.
Tom Sinevich,
Yes.
Nico Bowie,
Yes.
Catherine Connolly.
Yes.
So that's all members voting in favor, and we will have that hearing on May 18th.
All right. That concludes the business on the agenda. Any additional comments from staff?
No.
Any board members have any comments?
Talked out.
Good. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good night,
Well done.
everyone.
Thank you.